You've been taught to control everything: your future, your emotions, your success, even the people you love. They told you that peace comes from having order, from keeping things in line, from never letting go. But if that were true, why do you still feel tired? Why does life still feel heavy, even when everything looks fine? The truth is, the more you try to control, the more life slips through your fingers. Because peace doesn't come from control. It comes from trust, from learning to breathe in chaos, to let things unfold, to stop forcing and start flowing. Buddhism teaches this ancient truth. When you stop grasping, you start receiving. When you stop fighting the current, life begins to carry you exactly where you need to go. Tonight, as you listen to these words, something inside you will loosen. The tension in your chest, the noise in your mind, the need to fix everything. You'll start to feel a quiet peace rising within you, a calm that doesn't depend on the world being perfect. This isn't just another talk about letting go. This is a doorway to a softer mind, a lighter heart, and a life that flows effortlessly. Are you ready to stop controlling and start receiving? Let's begin. You know that feeling when you've been running for so long that you forget what stillness feels like? When every moment feels like a race against time, chasing something you can't even name anymore. That quiet ache deep down that whispers, "There has to be more than this." That's where this journey begins. Not in more effort, but in less. Not in adding more noise, but in listening to the silence underneath it all. You've tried control, ambition, perfection, and they've all left you exhausted. What if, just for once, the answer wasn't to do more, but to stop trying so hard? We live in a world obsessed with striving. Every message we hear says, do more, achieve more, fix yourself, improve, optimize. We chase peace the same way we chase success, as if it's a prize waiting for us at the finish line. But the harder we run, the further away it feels. The paradox is cruel yet simple. The more we strive for peace, the less we have it. Because striving is the very thing that steals peace away. True fulfillment doesn't appear when you conquer your life like a battlefield. It arises naturally when you stop fighting it. That's the paradox of non-striving. The truth that serenity comes not from controlling your thoughts, but from seeing through them. Not from mastering the world, but from understanding your place in it. The Buddha called this sama vayama, right effort. It doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing without the feverish attachment to outcome. It means letting your actions flow from awareness instead of anxiety. The problem with striving is that it's rooted in fear. Fear of being nothing, fear of being left behind, fear that without effort, life will fall apart. But here's the hidden truth. The universe doesn't need your constant struggle to function. The river flows whether you splash or not. Think of how a seed becomes a tree. It doesn't force itself to grow. It doesn't wake up in the morning panicking about photosynthesis. It simply responds to what is: sunlight, rain, soil. Nature doesn't strive, yet everything gets done. The flower blooms because it allows itself to. The wind moves freely because it resists nothing. This same intelligence lives within you. When you stop interfering, when you drop the compulsive need to push, you begin to align with that natural rhythm. That is when peace begins to unfold, not as a reward, but as a return. The reason striving fails is that it comes from a subtle illusion, the belief that you are separate from life, that you must personally make everything happen. You see yourself as the doer, the controller, the one who must get there. But Buddhism reveals something deeper. There is no fixed you who can own the results. There is only the unfolding of causes and conditions, karma expressing itself moment by moment. When you relax into that understanding, striving softens. You begin to act not from tension, but from trust. And trust changes everything. When you stop grasping, your energy stops scattering. You no longer waste your strength trying to control what was never yours. You start noticing how many battles you were fighting that didn't need to be fought. Conversations replayed in your head, plans for futures that never arrive, regrets that eat away the present. All of it dissolves when you realize that peace doesn't require you to do anything to deserve it. It was always there, beneath the noise. This doesn't mean you give up or become passive. Non-striving is not laziness. It's intelligent relaxation. It's the ability to move with life rather than against it. When a martial artist flows with their opponent's energy, they conserve power and stay centered. That's what non-striving feels like in daily life. You still work, love, and act, but the desperation is gone. There's an ease in your step, a quiet confidence that doesn't need constant validation. The modern world glorifies the grind, the endless pursuit of better. We treat stillness like failure. But if constant effort truly led to fulfillment, why are so many successful people anxious and empty? We mistake motion for meaning. We fill every second to avoid the discomfort of silence. Yet in that silence, in that stillness, lies the very thing we're searching for. Non-striving teaches you to see the difference between activity and aliveness. You can be busy all day and feel dead inside, or you can sit quietly for a few minutes and feel profoundly awake. What makes the difference isn't what you do. It's the quality of your awareness while doing it. The Buddha's teaching on mindfulness was never about stopping thoughts or escaping reality. It was about seeing clearly what's happening without judgment. When you see clearly, effort becomes natural. You do what's needed, no more, no less. It's like learning to swim. When you fight the water, you sink. When you trust it, you float. The more you try to stay afloat through control, the faster you tire. But the moment you relax your body, the water holds you. That's non-striving, trusting the current of existence instead of constantly fighting it. Many people misunderstand peace as a permanent feeling of calm, but true peace is not about always feeling good. It's about being okay even when things aren't. It's the deep knowing that whatever happens, you can meet it as it is. You stop chasing pleasure and avoiding pain, and in doing so, both lose their grip over you. The Zen master Dogen once said, "To study the way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self." When you stop identifying with the anxious, striving self, the one who always wants to get somewhere, you begin to see that the peace you've been looking for was never missing. It was only covered by layers of resistance. Every moment you stop trying to fix life, life reveals its own perfection. Non-striving is the art of enough. It's waking up in the morning and realizing that you don't need to chase anything to be whole. You breathe, you exist, and that is already enough. From that wholeness, your actions become more effective because they are no longer poisoned by desperation. You work because it feels right, not because you're terrified of what happens if you don't. You love without trying to possess. You help others without needing credit. You rest without guilt. In meditation, this becomes crystal clear. The more you try to force concentration, the more restless your mind becomes. But when you simply sit, breathe, and allow thoughts to rise and fall without clinging, awareness deepens on its own. You begin to experience moments where there is nothing to do, nowhere to go, and yet everything feels complete. That stillness is your natural state, not something to create, but something to uncover. Non-striving transforms suffering into understanding. When something painful happens, instead of immediately trying to fix or escape it, you pause. You let yourself feel it. You observe the mind's desire to control, to label, to resist, and you don't follow it. You just stay. In that space, something miraculous happens. The pain starts to lose its story. It becomes pure sensation, flowing through you instead of defining you. This is what the Buddha meant by liberation, not the end of pain, but the end of being ruled by it. You begin to see how much of your suffering was self-created, born from the constant need to make life different than it is. The moment you stop insisting that reality obey your preferences, life becomes astonishingly lighter. You don't lose motivation, you lose the war with what is. There's an old Zen saying, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself." That line captures the essence of non-striving. You don't force growth, you allow it. Just as the seasons change without your permission, your life unfolds without your control. The peace you're searching for isn't in what you can make happen. It's in your ability to stop interfering. The irony is that the less you cling to results, the better they become. When you paint without trying to impress, beauty flows through your brush. When you speak without trying to persuade, truth emerges naturally. When you love without trying to own, connection deepens. Life responds more generously when you stop demanding from it. Letting go doesn't mean giving up, it means giving space. Space for things to breathe, evolve, surprise you. Space for life to meet you halfway. Control suffocates, trust opens. When you trust, your energy aligns with reality instead of resisting it. You begin to feel carried, not by effort, but by presence. This shift is subtle but life-changing. You stop measuring every day by what you achieved and start measuring it by how deeply you lived. You notice the small things, the sound of rain, the warmth of sunlight, the laughter that comes unexpectedly. Each moment becomes enough in itself, not a stepping stone to the next goal. That's the heart of fulfillment, not the thrill of arrival, but the grace of presence. The joy that arises when you stop running from yourself. And here's the secret that few realize. When you stop chasing peace, you start radiating it. People feel it around you. Your calm becomes contagious. Your softness becomes strength. In Buddhism, this is called nirvana, not a mystical place, but the extinguishing of the burning need to control. When the flames of craving and aversion die down, what remains is simple awareness, clear, free, alive. You realize that life was never against you. It was only waiting for you to stop fighting it. Non-striving invites you to rediscover this innocence, the effortless being that children have before they learn to compete, before they are taught to compare. A child doesn't strive to be joyful. They simply play. And that playfulness, that openness, is the purest form of peace. As adults, we lose that not because we grow up, but because we forget how to let go. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care without clinging. You still pursue what matters, but you do it with lightness. You still dream, but you don't suffer when reality differs. You trust that even when things fall apart, something deeper remains whole. This way of being changes how you relate to everything: success, failure, love, pain. You stop needing guarantees. You stop bargaining with life. You simply participate, fully and freely, knowing that control was never the point. Non-striving is the quiet courage to be here, completely without escape. It's the wisdom to see that nothing needs to be added for this moment to be enough. And once you taste that truth, the entire pursuit of happiness transforms. You no longer chase peace, you live it. And perhaps that's the greatest secret of all. The peace you are searching for begins the moment you stop searching. The fulfillment you longed for appears the moment you stop demanding it. Life becomes lighter, not because it changes, but because you do. Because you finally understand that you were never meant to hold the river. You were meant to flow with it. When you stop striving, the current carries you home. There's a quiet moment that comes after you've stopped striving. That breath of stillness when life no longer feels like a constant race. You begin to sense a deeper rhythm, one that doesn't need your control to keep moving. But just as peace starts to unfold, the mind whispers again, "What if I lose it? What if I don't do enough? What if I fall behind?" That's where control slips back in through the side door, not as chaos, but as the illusion of responsibility. You start believing that everything depends on you, that you must make it happen. And without realizing it, you become trapped in a subtler prison, the karma of control. Karma is not punishment. It's not a divine scoreboard waiting to strike. It's the natural echo of intention. Every thought, every action, every emotion leaves a trace, like ripples spreading across a still lake. When we live in harmony, our ripples blend with the movement of the universe. But when we act from fear, craving, or resistance, the water becomes turbulent. We start living inside the consequences of our own tension. Control is one of the mind's most sophisticated disguises. It wears the mask of responsibility, productivity, even love. You tell yourself you're planning ahead, caring deeply, staying prepared. But beneath it all is the subtle vibration of fear. Fear that if you don't manage every detail, everything will collapse. This is the hidden tyranny of "I must make it happen." It's not the external effort that binds you. It's the inner contraction behind it. When control becomes habitual, it forms karmic loops. Every time you act from fear or grasping, you reinforce the belief that peace depends on external outcomes. You chase one goal, achieve it, and immediately feel the next urge rising, because the cause wasn't the goal itself, but the craving beneath it. The Buddha described this cycle as tanha, thirst. No matter how much water you drink, the thirst keeps returning because it's not physical, it's existential. You can't fill an inner emptiness with outer success. The problem isn't ambition, it's identification. When you believe your worth depends on what you accomplish, karma becomes a mirror reflecting your attachments. You might work hard, meditate, help others, but if the intention is rooted in self-image or control, the action carries tension. Karma doesn't judge, it simply amplifies whatever you project. A seed of fear grows into more fear. A seed of trust blossoms into peace. Letting go of control doesn't mean becoming careless. It means purifying your intention. You still act, but without the demand that life must obey. You do what's right, and you release what happens next. That's what the Bhagavad Gita calls karma yoga, the path of detached action, acting without attachment to results. Not cold indifference, but wise surrender. You care deeply, yet you don't cling. You give your best, and you trust the rest. This balance is delicate, yet transformative. When you stop obsessing over outcomes, you begin to notice the quiet intelligence of life. You start to see how events connect beyond your control, how sometimes what looks like failure opens doors success never could, how delays protect you from mistakes you didn't yet see. The mind wants straight lines. Karma unfolds in circles. The more you release, the more you see that nothing was random. Everything was responding to your inner state. Control, in its essence, is resistance to reality. You try to bend life to your timeline, your expectations, your version of what should be. But reality always wins. You can delay it, deny it, manipulate it, but in the end, it flows back to balance. That's karma in motion, not punishment, but correction. The universe is constantly rebalancing itself, returning every distortion to harmony. When you resist, you feel pain. When you align, you feel peace. The difference isn't in what happens, it's in how you meet it. The belief, I must make it happen, is rooted in separation. It assumes that you are an isolated entity, disconnected from the larger whole. But the truth is, you are part of the whole. The same intelligence that grows trees, moves tides, and keeps the planet spinning also breathes through you. When you act as if you must carry the entire universe on your shoulders, you forget that you are the universe in motion. The wave doesn't need to control the ocean. It only needs to rise and fall in rhythm with it. There's a deep humility in letting life lead. It doesn't mean you stop acting. It means you stop believing you're the sole author. You shift from control to participation. You recognize that your choices matter, but not because they control reality, because they express your inner harmony. When your mind is at peace, your actions naturally align with truth, and karma unfolds with grace. The energy of control creates contraction, physically, mentally, and spiritually. You can feel it in the body, tight shoulders, shallow breath, clenched jaw. Every moment of trying to manage the uncontrollable drains your life force. When you release control, that energy returns. Your breath deepens. Your awareness expands. You start feeling lighter, not because circumstances changed, but because resistance ended. Karma responds immediately to this shift. Your external world begins reflecting the calm within. Every attachment to results is a form of subtle violence against reality. You're telling life, I will only accept you if you look the way I want. But life is not a servant. It's a mirror. The more conditions you place on it, the more conditional your peace becomes. You lose the ability to receive grace because you're too busy managing outcomes. Grace doesn't need effort. It needs openness. It comes when you're no longer forcing life to meet your idea of perfection. The truth is, control is an illusion born from insecurity. The mind believes that through effort it can predict and guarantee safety, but nothing in existence guarantees that. Everything changes, everything ends, and everything renews. The harder you cling, the more painful the inevitable change becomes. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises from clinging, not from life itself, but from the refusal to let life flow. When you understand this deeply, something softens. You stop fighting impermanence and start trusting it. This trust transforms karma. Instead of cycles of tension, you begin to experience cycles of wisdom. Each experience, pleasant or painful, becomes a teacher, not a trap. You start asking, "What is this showing me?" instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" The energy of victimhood fades, replaced by quiet responsibility. You see that your inner reactions shape the quality of your outer world, not as superstition, but as direct experience. A peaceful mind attracts peaceful circumstances because it interprets everything through peace. The greatest act of control is believing you can calculate the perfect outcome. But karma is infinitely complex. The web of causes and conditions stretches beyond comprehension. One small choice today can ripple across decades. That's why trying to manage every consequence is madness. Your role isn't to micromanage karma, but to act with awareness and integrity, knowing that the result is not yours to own. You plant seeds of kindness, patience, and clarity, and you let time decide their blooming. Many people confuse control with power, but real power is influence without coercion. It's the calm confidence of someone aligned with truth. A river doesn't push the rocks aside. It shapes them through steady flow. That's karmic power, effortless transformation through consistency, not force. The more you trust the natural unfolding of events, the more effective your actions become. Because now, they're not driven by fear, they're guided by clarity. Every spiritual tradition speaks of surrender, but few understand its depth. Surrender is not losing control, it's releasing the illusion that control was ever yours. It's returning the steering wheel to life itself. When you do this, something extraordinary happens. You start receiving help from places you never expected. Synchronicities appear. People cross your path at the right moment. Opportunities unfold without strain. It's not magic. It's alignment. Karma rearranges itself around your new vibration of trust. The universe doesn't reward force. It responds to harmony. When your mind is calm, your energy stops creating conflict. Life stops needing to correct you through struggle. Karma is like gravity, impartial, consistent, precise. When you act in harmony with truth, gravity supports you. When you resist, it pulls you down until you remember to let go. The obsession with control also comes from mistrusting time. You want things now. You force outcomes because patience feels unbearable. But time is an essential part of karma. Every seed needs its season. When you interfere, you disturb the natural timing of your growth. There are lessons only revealed through waiting. You can't force understanding any more than you can rush a sunrise. Patience is faith in motion. The knowing that what's meant for you will arrive when you're ready to receive it. Releasing outcomes doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop suffering for what hasn't yet unfolded. You do your part and release the rest into silence. You let your actions echo without chasing the sound. The mind rebels against this. It craves guarantees. But freedom begins when you no longer trade peace for certainty. You accept that not knowing is part of the design. Control creates karma, not because it's bad, but because it resists truth. Each moment of resistance adds friction to your path. The more you cling, the heavier life feels. The moment you relax, karma starts resolving itself. Old patterns dissolve because you're no longer feeding them with fear. It's like untangling a knot. Pulling harder tightens it, softening the tension loosens it. When you let life breathe, you start noticing the quiet intelligence behind every event. What once seemed random starts revealing order. Every person, every delay, every disappointment. They were not obstacles, but mirrors reflecting your attachments. Once you learn the lesson, the mirror disappears. That's how karma works. It repeats until you remember who you are beneath the control. The need to control others is another deep karmic pattern. You project your inner chaos onto the world, trying to mold people into your expectations. But every attempt to control someone else binds both of you in resistance. True influence comes from freedom. When you allow others to be, their own wisdom begins to surface. You become a mirror of peace rather than a force of pressure. That's how real change spreads, not through control, but through presence. When you let go of, "I must make it happen," you open to, "It is already happening." You start witnessing the beauty of synchronicity, the right things unfolding without strain. Your actions become expressions of harmony, not attempts to escape fear. You stop measuring your worth by what you accomplish and start recognizing the quiet dignity of being aligned with truth. You'll notice this shift in small ways first. Moments when you don't react to provocation, when you feel calm in uncertainty, when something you used to chase begins arriving effortlessly. These are not coincidences, they're signs of karmic balance. Life is no longer something to conquer. It becomes something to collaborate with. The greatest liberation is realizing that outcomes are not your responsibility. Only the purity of your intention is. You can't control the fruit, but you can nurture the soil. You can't command the wind, but you can adjust your sails. When you understand this, control loses its grip. You no longer demand perfection from life because you see that perfection is already woven into its fabric. Every attempt to force reality pulls you deeper into resistance. Every act of surrender frees you. The moment you stop trying to manipulate outcomes, life starts working with you instead of against you. Karma isn't a trap, it's an invitation to awareness. It teaches you to act without clinging, to love without owning, to live without demanding. This is the harmony the Buddha pointed to, where effort becomes effortless, because it's no longer driven by fear. You still walk your path, but the heaviness is gone. You feel guided rather than burdened. Each step becomes lighter, clearer, more intentional, and in that quiet balance, you discover something profound. The universe was never withholding anything from you. It was simply waiting for you to release your grip. The less you try to control, the more you receive, not because life changes, but because you finally stop blocking its flow. When control ends, karma becomes compassion. Every action turns into an offering. Every result becomes grace. And the soul, unburdened by the need to force, finally learns how to rest, not in outcomes, but in being. There's a calm that arrives after surrender, the kind that feels like standing at the edge of something vast, realizing you no longer need to direct it. The tension that once drove you begins to fade, replaced by a quiet awareness that life is not something you push through, but something that carries you. You start sensing an unseen rhythm, a natural order beneath the noise of the world. And in that awareness, a question arises. What happens when you stop trying to force the current? Life, in its essence, moves like a river. It knows where it's going even when you don't. It winds through valleys, around stones, under bridges, never in a straight line, yet never truly lost. But most of us live as if we are trying to control the water, digging at the banks, fighting the bends, trying to redirect its course toward what we think should be. The more we resist, the more exhausted we become. That's the secret truth hidden in plain sight. Peace is not found in fighting the flow, but in moving with it. The river doesn't rush to reach the ocean. It doesn't demand that every turn be smooth. It simply flows, adjusting effortlessly to whatever stands in its path. It moves not from struggle, but from surrender, from the silent intelligence of gravity pulling it home. This is how life moves when you stop forcing it. Steady, graceful, unhurried, yet unstoppable. When you live in resistance, every situation feels like a battle. You want things to happen faster, people to change sooner, outcomes to match your vision. You fight reality, and reality fights back. The mind tells you that without control, everything will fall apart, but it's the control itself that creates the turbulence. Water only becomes chaotic when it's blocked. The moment the obstacle is removed, it returns to stillness on its own. This is how our emotions work too. Anger, fear, sadness, they are currents of energy that want to move. When you cling to them, when you label them as bad or try to suppress them, they stagnate. But when you allow them to pass through without resistance, they clear naturally. The body knows how to heal, the mind knows how to balance, the heart knows how to open, all without your constant interference. Trusting that process is what it means to flow. In Buddhism, this trust is called tathata, suchness. The ability to meet life as it is, without distortion. When you rest in suchness, you stop dividing experience into good and bad, success and failure. You see everything as part of the same unfolding movement. A river doesn't judge its rocks as obstacles. It weaves around them, reshaping them with time. In the same way, challenges are not punishments, but sculptors of your spirit. The more you resist them, the rougher they feel. The more you allow them, the smoother they make you. Trying to control life is like trying to grab water with your hands. The tighter you hold, the faster it slips away. But when you relax your grip, the water settles in your palms. That's the paradox of flow. Only those who stop forcing it can truly feel carried by it. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means aligning yourself with something larger than your plans, something that already knows the way. Trust in flow doesn't mean passivity. The river still moves, still carves, still reaches the sea. It has direction without needing control. This is the art of effortless movement. Responding instead of reacting, acting without the strain of obsession. When you align your energy with the natural course of things, decisions become lighter, timing becomes clearer, and outcomes unfold with less struggle. You stop swimming upstream against the current of reality. Control is built on the illusion that you know better than life. Flow begins when you humbly accept that you don't. The mind believes it must plan every detail, but there's a deeper wisdom beyond thought. An intelligence that beats your heart, heals your wounds, and turns seasons without your command. When you trust that intelligence, something inside relaxes. You start to notice synchronicities, coincidences that feel too precise to be random. This is life's way of showing you that the river was guiding you all along. To live in flow is to let go of the timeline. Life doesn't move on your schedule. Rivers don't apologize for curves. Trees don't rush their blooming. Yet everything happens exactly when it should. Our impatience blinds us to the perfection of timing. We think delays are failures, but often they're protection, space for unseen events to align. You don't see what the river sees. It bends for reasons you can't yet understand. When you stop forcing the current, you begin to listen. You start hearing the subtle instructions life is always whispering. Turn here. Pause there. Wait. But most people are too busy shouting their demands to hear it. The flow of life speaks softly, in intuition, in feeling, in the quiet pull of what feels right. Trusting that inner pull is how you move with the current. This trust develops through awareness. Awareness reveals that control is not strength. It's fear wearing armor. Flow, on the other hand, is courage. The courage to meet each moment naked, undefended. You stop rehearsing the future or rewriting the past. You live inside the unfolding now, where everything is alive, uncertain, and yet strangely complete. When you enter this space, decisions come without confusion because you're no longer debating with life. You're listening to it. Flow transforms how you face obstacles. When something blocks your path, you no longer panic or push harder. You pause and sense, maybe life is redirecting you, not rejecting you. Maybe what feels like resistance is actually guidance. The river doesn't attack the rock, it curves around it, and through time, it shapes the rock without violence. That's what patience does. It turns difficulty into grace. You start realizing that control was never about mastery. It was about fear of uncertainty. The mind wants straight roads. Life prefers winding paths. But every curve has purpose. It slows you down when needed, leads you where logic can't go, teaches you trust through detours. What looks like a delay is often divine choreography. The deeper you move into flow, the more you understand interconnection. You're not separate from the current. You are the current. Your actions ripple outward, touching unseen shores. When you live with awareness, your movement becomes part of a greater dance. You stop trying to control the rhythm and start listening for your step in the song. This is how harmony replaces effort, not through domination, but through cooperation with life. Stillness is not the absence of movement, it's the absence of resistance. Even as life moves rapidly around you, you can remain still inside. Like the calm center of a whirlpool, you become motionless while everything flows perfectly. This inner stillness is your natural state, covered only by the noise of striving. When you rediscover it, the outer world no longer disturbs you. You can walk through chaos without being pulled into it, because you've learned the rhythm beneath it all. Flow teaches humility. It shows you that your plans, no matter how perfect, are limited. Life's intelligence is vaster than your imagination. You may think you've lost your way, only to find that the detour led you exactly where you were meant to be. Flowing with life means letting go of the fantasy that you can predict or control the journey. You can't, but you can learn to trust the river enough to stop swimming in panic. That trust grows through experience. The moments when you finally release control and something beautiful unfolds. The job you thought you lost becomes the door to something better. The relationship that ended teaches you real love. The plan that failed creates the space for authenticity. These are not accidents. They are the intelligence of the river at work. The more you witness this pattern, the easier it becomes to surrender. Flow also changes how you define success. Success is no longer about arrival, but alignment. You stop chasing goals for validation and start choosing paths that feel alive. You measure life not by what you achieve, but by how deeply you move through it. You realize that joy is not something you reach at the end. It's something that arises while you're carried. The person who flows with life doesn't need to prove anything. Their peace speaks for them. When you fight the current, even small obstacles feel huge. When you flow, even large challenges feel manageable. This is because resistance multiplies pain, while acceptance dissolves it. You can feel this in everyday life. A delayed flight, a cancelled plan, a conversation that doesn't go as expected. When you resist, frustration grows. When you relax, solutions appear. Flow is not passivity. It's creative adaptability. It allows you to respond with intelligence rather than reactivity. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei captures this beautifully. Action without forcing. It's the art of doing by not doing. You move not because you're compelled, but because the moment itself moves you. There's no strain, no struggle, no split between effort and ease. You do what needs to be done, then release it completely. This is the highest form of wisdom, to act fully and then let go fully. Flow also softens your relationship with others. You stop trying to make people fit your expectations. You allow them their pace, their growth, their timing. Relationships thrive in flow because there's room for authenticity. Just like rivers merge and separate naturally, people come and go with their own seasons. When you stop clinging, love becomes lighter, freer, deeper. You begin to understand that love is not control. It's connection. It doesn't demand, it allows. As you keep surrendering, you begin to notice that flow is not something you enter. It's what you've always been part of. You were never separate from it, only distracted by your attempts to manage it. When you sit quietly enough, the truth becomes obvious. Life has always been happening perfectly, even through your mistakes. Every wrong turn, every pause, every heartbreak, they were all part of the river's design. You were never lost, only learning to trust the water. The peace that arises from flow is not fragile. It doesn't depend on good days or perfect outcomes. It's grounded in the understanding that life doesn't owe you anything because it's already giving you everything. Each breath, each moment, each lesson. When you stop demanding, gratitude appears naturally. You begin to feel awe again, that quiet reverence for the mystery that moves through all things. In this state, even pain becomes sacred. You no longer divide your experience into desirable and undesirable. The current includes both. The waves that once terrified you become familiar. They rise and fall, and you realize you were never drowning, only learning to float. Pain doesn't disappear, but your relationship with it changes. It becomes part of the flow, something to move through, not something to escape. Living like this requires deep trust, not blind faith, but experiential understanding. You learn to trust not because someone told you to, but because you've seen how life carries you when you stop fighting it. Every time you let go and something good unfolds, your trust grows. Eventually, it becomes second nature. You don't need proof anymore. You just know. This is what enlightenment truly means. Not floating above life, but flowing with it completely. The awakened mind doesn't control, it collaborates. It doesn't resist, it responds. It moves in harmony with what is. When you reach that state, even ordinary moments feel profound. A walk, a conversation, a deep breath, they all become expressions of the same current flowing through everything. The still river is not motionless. It's peaceful because it doesn't resist. It carries storms, debris, reflections, and light, all part of its movement. That's how your life becomes when you stop forcing it. You no longer chase, you no longer defend, you no longer hold. You just move, gently, deeply, wisely. The flow takes care of the rest. And that's the miracle hidden in surrender. When you stop trying to control the river, you discover it has always known the way home. There comes a quiet moment when you realize that flow has no edges. The current you thought was carrying you doesn't stop at your hands, your name, or your story. It moves through everything, connecting all that exists. When you begin to live this way, without forcing, without grasping, something profound starts to unfold. The question shifts from, how can I make life give me more? To, was it ever mine to begin with? That's where a deeper truth emerges, the illusion of ownership, the silent root of suffering. We spend our lives collecting things, people, experiences, even emotions. We call them mine. My house, my success, my peace, my partner, my thoughts. Yet if you look closely, none of it stays. Every possession eventually slips away, through time, loss, change, or death. And still, we cling, as if holding tighter could stop impermanence. The heart aches not because things leave, but because it believed they belonged to it. Ownership is one of the mind's oldest illusions. It gives a false sense of safety. You feel that if something is yours, it will stay. But life doesn't work that way. The truth is, you own nothing, not even your breath. You don't control when it enters or when it leaves. Everything you call yours is on temporary loan from existence. The body you inhabit, the relationships you cherish, the money you earn, all borrowed, all passing through. The sooner you see this, the freer you become. Letting go of ownership isn't about rejection or renunciation. It's about recognition. It's seeing that life can never be possessed, only participated in. When you stop saying mine, you start experiencing ours. The world stops being a personal project and becomes a shared miracle. You begin to sense that the same consciousness moving through you moves through everyone else. This dissolves the loneliness of separateness. Possessiveness limits the natural generosity of the universe. When you hoard, you block the flow. The river cannot give or receive if it's dammed. This applies to material things, but also to emotions, ideas, and energy. The more you cling, the less space life has to give you something new. The open hand receives. The closed fist only holds on to what's dying. Even peace can become something you try to own. You meditate, breathe deeply, feel calm, and then fear arises. I hope this feeling doesn't go away. In that moment, peace is lost because you've turned it into property. Real peace can't be possessed. It can only be lived. It exists when you allow every experience, even discomfort, to come and go freely. The same applies to happiness, love, and success. The moment you label them as mine, they start decaying. Buddhism teaches that clinging is the cause of suffering. We often interpret this as attachment to bad things, but it's subtler than that. Even attachment to good things creates pain, because everything changes. The flower you love will wilt. The friend you adore will one day leave or die. The body you admire will age. You can't stop this, but you can learn to love without owning, to care without clinging. That's freedom. Ownership also feeds comparison. Once you claim something as yours, you start measuring it, how it ranks, how it looks, how much better or worse it is than others. This endless comparison poisons contentment. You could be surrounded by abundance and still feel poor because someone else has more. Letting go of ownership ends that race. You stop measuring and start appreciating. When you see life as shared rather than possessed, gratitude replaces greed. Instead of saying, "This is mine," you begin to say, "This was given." Every meal becomes a gift of soil, rain, sun, and unseen hands. Every breath becomes a blessing from trees, oceans, and the living earth. Nothing is owed to you, yet everything supports you. This realization turns ordinary life into a sacred exchange. Ownership also shapes identity. We define ourselves by what we own: careers, relationships, opinions. I am my job. I am my reputation. I am my achievements. But when any of these are threatened, our sense of self collapses. You've probably felt it, the panic when something you depend on begins to fade. That panic isn't about the thing itself. It's about losing a piece of the identity you built around it. But the self that can be lost was never real. It was a collection of borrowed labels. To live beyond ownership is to rediscover who you are without titles or trophies. Who are you without your success, your status, your plans? That question feels unsettling at first because ownership gives you a sense of solid ground. But that ground is fragile. When you step off it, when you let go of defining yourself by possessions or achievements, you find something far more stable: presence. The awareness that watches everything come and go, but is itself unchanged. Presence has no need to own because it already contains everything. It's like space. It holds the stars, but doesn't claim them. The enlightened masters point to this awareness as your true home. You can lose everything outside you and still not be poor, because what you are cannot be taken. It's the sky watching the clouds of experience pass. Our culture encourages ownership as the measure of success. We are told to accumulate houses, followers, credentials, things. But the more we accumulate, the more we fear losing. Every possession adds a layer of anxiety. The mind becomes a warehouse full of fragile items, each requiring protection. Freedom doesn't come from adding more shelves. It comes from realizing you don't need the warehouse. The irony is that the universe itself is endlessly generous, but only when you stop clutching. The more you release, the more flows back to you. When your hands are empty, the current can fill them again. This is not poetic idealism. It's the natural law of energy. Generosity keeps the flow alive. The tree gives fruit not because it has too much, but because giving is its nature. When you stop trying to own life, you begin to live like that, giving, sharing, moving freely. In Buddhist thought, this is called dana, the virtue of generosity. It's not about donating things, but about releasing the sense of mine. When you give without seeking return, you dissolve the ego's boundaries. Each act of giving purifies the heart, breaking the habit of possessiveness. You start realizing that giving is not losing. It's participating in abundance. The joy of giving is greater than the security of owning. Even ideas, beliefs, and truths are not yours to hold. People cling to opinions as if they define who they are. When someone challenges them, they feel personally attacked. But truth is not private property. It belongs to no one and to everyone. The wise stay open, knowing that what they see is only a fragment of the whole. They don't defend their ideas like territory. They let understanding evolve. This openness keeps their minds alive. Ownership creates barriers between people. The sense of mine automatically creates yours. From this division grow greed, jealousy, war. Humanity's greatest conflicts stem from the illusion that something belongs exclusively to one and not to all. Borders, resources, religions, all become grounds for separation. But when you live beyond ownership, compassion arises naturally. You see that there is no other to compete with, only different expressions of the same source. Living beyond ownership also means releasing control over outcomes. When you do something kind, you don't claim credit. When you succeed, you don't identify with the victory. When you fail, you don't collapse into shame. You recognize that actions are part of a greater web of causes and conditions. You play your part, then let the result return to the whole. This way of being removes pride and guilt alike. Two sides of the same ownership coin. In daily life, this shift changes how you handle everything. Money, relationships, time. You no longer hoard or rush. You give, you receive, you move on. You enjoy deeply, but without grasping. When a moment ends, you thank it and release it. This doesn't make you detached or cold. It makes you fully alive. Because every experience feels complete while it lasts, and nothing needs to be dragged into the next moment. Possession is also mental clutter. The mind that says mine to every thought becomes crowded with self-reference. You spend your energy defending your stories instead of experiencing reality. When you drop ownership, thoughts lose their stickiness. They arise, they fade, and you remain free. Meditation deepens this understanding. As you sit in awareness, you see thoughts appear and disappear on their own. You didn't create them, you don't control them. They were never yours. You are the space they pass through. Releasing ownership doesn't mean neglecting responsibility. You still care for what life entrusts you with. Your body, your family, your work. But you care from love, not control. You act as a steward, not an owner. Stewardship is humble participation in life's cycle. You use, you nurture, you pass on. Ownership clings. Stewardship serves. One builds walls, the other builds bridges. There's also a deeper generosity that arises when you realize you own nothing. The willingness to forgive. Holding grudges is a form of ownership. Owning pain, replaying injustice, claiming identity through hurt. When you release the need to be right or to keep the story alive, forgiveness flows naturally. You stop saying, "This happened to me," and start seeing, "This happened through me." The energy that was trapped in resentment becomes available again for love and growth. Freedom from ownership brings lightness. The less you claim, the less you carry. The less you carry, the easier it is to move. People often feel stuck, not because they lack opportunities, but because they're weighed down by what they think they must protect: possessions, pride, relationships. But life moves through those who travel lightly. The wind cannot fill a sail weighed down with anchors. The path beyond ownership leads to gratitude so profound that it humbles you. You start to see that every joy, every lesson, every breath was given. You did not earn sunlight or rain, yet they sustain you. You did not invent love, yet it fills your heart. This realization changes how you live. You stop asking, "What can I keep?" and start asking, "What can I give back?" That shift marks the beginning of real abundance. At its core, ownership is a misunderstanding of existence. It assumes separation, that you and life are two things. But in truth, there is no boundary between the drop and the ocean. The wave may rise and fall, but it was never apart from the sea. The self that claims "mine" is like a wave saying, "I own this water." When the wave relaxes, it remembers what it always was, the ocean itself. This realization is not abstract. It changes how you move through the world. You start handling everything with care, but without fear. You no longer cling to people, things, or experiences because you know they were never yours to lose. You can love more deeply because your love is free of ownership. You can give more fully because you know nothing truly belongs to you anyway. When you reach this understanding, generosity becomes natural, not forced. You give because you are part of the giving flow of life. You share because sharing is your true nature. The more you live this way, the more you feel supported by existence itself. The universe doesn't withhold from those who trust it. It mirrors their openness. When you stop claiming, life starts giving. To go beyond ownership is to awaken to reality as it is, fluid, shared, impermanent, yet endlessly abundant. You stop living like a collector and start living like a participant in the dance of existence. Every moment becomes both gift and giver, both loss and renewal. Nothing was ever yours. Not the people you loved, not the victories you celebrated, not even the peace you discovered. They were all expressions of something infinite moving through you. The beauty of this truth is that it doesn't make life emptier. It makes it infinite. Because when you let go of owning the wave, you finally become the ocean. When the sense of owning dissolves, what arises is lightness. Movement becomes less about getting somewhere and more about allowing life to unfold through you. The moment you stop gripping everything as mine, your actions lose the weight of tension. They begin to feel natural, like a breeze that moves without needing to know where it's going. This is where the teaching of Wu Wei begins, the art of effortless action, of doing without forcing. To many, that idea sounds impossible. We are taught that success demands control, that peace requires effort, that progress means constant pushing. Yet the more we struggle, the more entangled we become. Wu Wei is not idleness or inaction. It is the complete opposite of resistance. It is action arising from clarity instead of compulsion, movement born from harmony rather than fear. It is how the universe operates when unburdened by the interference of an anxious mind. In Taoist wisdom, Wu Wei means non-forcing. It is the way of the river, the movement of nature itself. Water doesn't fight the rock. It shapes it through persistence and softness. It flows where it is allowed and rests where it must. Nothing in it is wasted or forced, and yet it achieves more than effort ever could. When your life aligns with this principle, everything you do begins to feel supported by something larger, an invisible order that knows the way better than you do. In Buddhism, this is mirrored by right effort, a balance between doing and allowing. Right effort doesn't come from struggle or ambition, it comes from understanding. When your motivation is pure and your awareness is steady, action arises on its own. You no longer waste energy pushing against life or chasing after results. You work, you speak, you move, but the burden of "I must make it happen" is gone. There's only what's needed, done with calm precision. The human mind complicates everything. It believes that without control, chaos will reign. Yet control is what disrupts the natural intelligence of life. The body already knows how to heal, the heart already knows how to love, and the world already knows how to move forward. The interference comes from overthinking, from trying to improve what is already whole. When you learn to trust the intelligence of life, your actions become like a dancer following rhythm instead of counting steps. Clarity is the foundation of effortless action. A clear mind doesn't mean empty of thought. It means thought has become transparent. You see what's needed without the fog of doubt or self-centered motive. You stop confusing reaction with response. Most people act out of compulsion, driven by habits, fears, and desires that are rarely examined. When you begin to act from awareness, the noise quiets. What remains is precision. You start noticing that when you are calm, the right actions arise spontaneously. You can see this truth in nature. Every creature moves according to its own rhythm, never rushing, never hesitating. The bird doesn't think before taking flight. The tree doesn't question when to grow. There is wisdom in that effortless precision, a wisdom that humans lose when they over-identify with thought. Yet the same natural intelligence exists within you. When you relax the constant effort to control, that intelligence wakes up. Acting without forcing doesn't mean apathy. It's not about withdrawing from life. It's about engaging with it completely, but without struggle. When your inner world is calm, even hard work feels smooth. You still sweat, you still strive, but there's no tension in it. The effort becomes clean, free of anxiety. The mind that acts from alignment feels energy circulating instead of draining. You begin to do things with joy rather than pressure. Wu Wei teaches that doing less can accomplish more. This doesn't mean laziness, it means removing unnecessary friction. So much of our effort is wasted on resistance, wanting things to be different than they are. We rush when patience would serve better. We fight when listening would resolve more. Effortless action means choosing wisely where your energy goes. It's the art of precision, the skill of knowing when to move and when to rest. In this way of living, timing becomes essential. The universe has its own pace, and when you move in sync with it, things unfold easily. Forcing outcomes before their time only breeds frustration. You can see this in simple acts, trying to open a flower before it's ready, or rushing through a conversation instead of letting it unfold. Life responds to rhythm, not control. When you act in harmony with that rhythm, results appear naturally, without strain. This alignment requires trust. Trust that life is intelligent. Trust that you don't have to push every detail into place. Trust that when the moment comes, you'll know what to do. Trust doesn't mean passivity. It's a quiet readiness. It's a body and mind tuned to respond, not to react. The Tao Te Ching says, "The sage does nothing, yet nothing is left undone." This doesn't describe laziness, but flow, the state where every movement serves its purpose because it's in harmony with the whole. You begin to notice the difference between doing and forcing. Forcing feels like contraction, tight muscles, shallow breath, restless thoughts. Doing, in the sense of Wu Wei, feels open. You act, but your body remains soft, your breath deep, your awareness wide. This is why true masters of any craft move with such grace. Their actions look effortless because they are. They are not thinking about success. They are one with the act itself. When you learn to work this way, failure loses its sting. You stop judging results as success or failure. You understand that both are just movements in the flow. Some things grow, others dissolve. The value lies not in the outcome, but in the quality of presence you bring to it. That presence becomes your true achievement. It's not about what you create, but about how aligned you were while creating it. There's a deep peace in this. You stop rushing toward some imagined future. You stop treating the present as a stepping stone. Instead, each moment becomes complete. You pour yourself into what's in front of you, knowing that when this moment ends, the next will appear on its own. This way of living turns ordinary life into a form of meditation. The task at hand, washing a dish, writing a letter, tending to a child, becomes a mirror of your inner state. The more awareness you bring, the lighter it feels. Wu Wei also brings flexibility. When you are not rigidly attached to outcomes, you can adapt. Obstacles stop being threats and become opportunities for redirection. The river does not fight the rock. It curves around it, patient and unbroken. This softness doesn't come from weakness, but from intelligence. Rigidity wastes energy on resistance. Flexibility saves it for flow. The person who adapts easily never runs out of strength because they never waste it. The practice of effortless action also transforms relationships. When you stop trying to control others, their pace, their feelings, their choices, connection deepens. People feel safe around those who don't force. Conversation becomes more genuine, love more spacious, boundaries more natural. Influence grows not from persuasion, but from presence. When you are calm, people sense it. Your stillness becomes a mirror that helps them slow down too. Even communication becomes an expression of Wu Wei. The right words come when needed, and silence comes when words would only add noise. This balance of expression and restraint creates harmony. Most misunderstandings arise not because we say too little, but because we say too much. When awareness is your guide, you sense when to speak and when to simply listen. This kind of listening isn't passive, it's receptive. It allows truth to emerge on its own. The more you embody effortless action, the less personal life feels. You start noticing that actions happen through you, not by you. You're part of something larger, moving naturally with the current of existence. The boundaries of I and world soften. When you work, it's the universe working through your hands. When you speak, it's awareness expressing itself. This is not metaphorical. It's a direct experience of unity. As Wu Wei deepens, your priorities shift. You stop chasing external validation because the satisfaction now comes from the act itself. You work for the joy of expression, not for applause. You serve because service feels right, not because it earns approval. You rest because rest is part of balance, not because you've earned it. Life stops being a series of tasks and becomes a seamless movement of energy. This kind of action also brings clarity in conflict. When challenges arise, your response becomes measured and calm. You no longer act out of panic or anger because you no longer see obstacles as personal threats. You deal with what's in front of you without dramatizing it. When the mind is still, the right response appears without effort. Sometimes it's movement, sometimes it's stillness, but it always comes from awareness, not fear. The deeper truth of Wu Wei is humility. It's the recognition that life doesn't need to be managed. It needs to be trusted. You realize that you were never the architect of the world, only a participant in its unfolding. When you stop forcing, you see that existence moves with perfect intelligence. Every delay, every detour, every coincidence is part of a larger rhythm. Acting in harmony with that rhythm makes your life graceful. Even ambition changes form under this understanding. Ambition without attachment becomes creativity. You still dream, but your dreams don't enslave you. You pursue what calls to your heart, not what flatters your ego. You give your best and let go of the rest. This doesn't make you passive, it makes you powerful because your energy is no longer wasted on worry. Living in Wu Wei is living as part of nature again, not separate, not superior, just aligned. You begin to move with the same intelligence that makes the stars orbit and the trees bloom. Life stops being a struggle against the current and becomes a graceful swim within it. There's no conflict between stillness and action anymore. They become one continuous dance of awareness. Every moment offers a chance to practice this. When you catch yourself forcing, pause. When you feel tension rising, soften. When you don't know what to do, Wait until clarity comes. When clarity comes, act without hesitation. This rhythm, stillness, awareness, action, becomes the heartbeat of Wu Wei. The mind learns to trust silence as much as motion, and life starts moving with a quiet rhythm that feels both effortless and alive. There comes a moment when even effortless action reaches its limit, when clarity guides you, yet life still moves in directions you didn't plan. No amount of harmony or skill can stop certain storms from arriving. It's here, in this fragile space where control ends and uncertainty begins, that the deeper lesson unfolds: surrender. For many, that word sounds like defeat, but in truth, it is where real power begins. We have been taught to believe that strength means domination, mastering every situation, never yielding, always winning. Society celebrates the hard, the unbending, the relentless. But what if everything you've been taught about strength is backward? What if the power that truly lasts isn't found in control, but in softness? What if surrender, far from weakness, is the highest form of trust? Surrender doesn't mean resignation. It's not about giving up or withdrawing from life. It's about releasing the illusion that you must hold everything together. It's the quiet strength that comes from allowing life to unfold instead of fighting it. When you surrender, you stop trying to dominate reality, and instead, you align yourself with it. You begin to feel a profound ease, not because everything goes your way, but because you no longer need it to. The paradox of surrender is that it requires greater courage than control ever did. Anyone can tighten their grip when things feel uncertain, but to open your hand and trust what happens next, that takes immense bravery. The strong force outcomes, the wise allow them. Softness isn't fragility, it's flexibility. It bends without breaking, adapts without losing itself. The bamboo survives the storm not because it's rigid, but because it yields. In the teachings of the Buddha and Lao Tzu, surrender is not passive. It is deeply active awareness. It means being so present, so attuned to reality, that you no longer need to resist it. You see that everything has its timing, its flow, its intelligence. Control is built on fear, fear of losing, fear of being hurt, fear of chaos. Surrender arises from trust. Trust in life, trust in your own resilience, trust that even the unknown holds meaning. When you live in surrender, your relationship with fear changes. Instead of trying to conquer it, you begin to understand it. Fear loses its grip when it's no longer resisted. You stop treating discomfort as an enemy and start seeing it as part of growth. Control seeks safety. Surrender finds peace. Safety depends on circumstances. Peace depends on awareness. The modern world glorifies the myth of control. We are surrounded by messages that say we can master everything: emotions, time, outcomes, even death, if we just try hard enough. But beneath that confidence hides exhaustion. The constant effort to hold life in our hands drains our vitality. We live tense, anxious, half alive, always guarding against what might go wrong. Control promises certainty, but delivers anxiety. Surrender promises uncertainty, but delivers freedom. Surrender is not about losing power, it's about redirecting it. When you release the energy wasted on resistance, that same energy becomes available for clarity and compassion. It's like unclenching your fist after holding it tight for too long. The blood flows again, life moves again. You begin to feel alive in places that were numb. This is why surrender heals. It restores movement where control had frozen everything. To surrender doesn't mean to stop caring. It means to care without grasping. You still act, still make choices, but you stop demanding that they guarantee a particular result. You give your best and release the rest. In that release lies immense strength, because now your peace no longer depends on success or failure. It depends only on your willingness to stay open. True softness is not weakness, it's mastery of the inner world. The one who can stay gentle amid conflict has already transcended it. Anyone can remain calm in calm conditions. The true measure of strength is softness that survives the storm. When the world shouts, the surrendered mind listens. When others attack, it doesn't react in kind. It responds from awareness, not ego. Surrender also transforms how you deal with loss. When something dear leaves your life, a person, a dream, a certainty, the instinct is to hold tighter. But holding on doesn't stop the loss, it only prolongs the pain. When you surrender, you don't suppress grief. You let it move through you fully. You let the river of emotion carry you until it empties into stillness again. You discover that surrender isn't the end of love. It's what allows love to continue even after form changes. In Buddhist practice, surrender is the end of clinging. It's the moment when you stop trying to force impermanence to behave. You see clearly that all things, relationships, health, success, even identity, are transient. Instead of mourning that truth, you embrace it, because in impermanence lies renewal. What fades makes space for what's next. Surrender is how you make peace with impermanence, how you stop arguing with change. Surrender also softens your relationship with time. The need to control often comes from impatience, the belief that life must move according to your schedule. But time has its own wisdom. Everything unfolds when it's ready, not when you demand it. The fruit ripens in its season, not because you stare at it. Surrender is trust in the timing of life. It's knowing that what's meant for you won't pass you by, and what's not meant for you will never stay, no matter how tight your grip. The deepest surrender happens inside the mind. You stop trying to control thoughts, emotions, and outcomes. You stop treating awareness as a battlefield. Instead, you let the mind do what it does, and you stay as the observer. This awareness doesn't interfere. It simply watches. And in that watching, chaos settles. The waves of thought no longer disturb the depth of the ocean beneath. To live surrendered is to live in harmony with reality, not your idea of reality. The ego lives in constant war against what is. It believes that happiness lies on the other side of control, that if it can just fix, arrange, or protect enough, peace will come. But peace doesn't arrive through control. It arrives when the war ends. When you surrender, you make peace with life itself. You stop negotiating terms and begin to trust the process. This kind of surrender demands maturity. It's not naive optimism, it's clear-eyed acceptance. It's the strength to look at uncertainty and say, I don't know what will happen, and that's okay. It's the wisdom to see that fighting what you can't change only multiplies suffering. The world still changes, pain still arises, but you no longer collapse beneath it. You flow, you endure, you allow. Softness is what keeps the heart human. In a world that glorifies hardness, gentleness becomes a quiet rebellion. It takes courage to remain kind when others grow cynical. It takes strength to forgive when resentment would be easier. Surrender allows you to remain open, to keep feeling even when feeling hurts. That openness becomes your power, the ability to meet every experience with awareness instead of armor. When you surrender, relationships transform. You stop demanding that others fulfill your expectations. You allow people to be who they are, not who you want them to be. This doesn't mean you accept mistreatment. It means you no longer try to control others through fear or manipulation. You love with freedom. You let people come and go naturally, trusting that the ones meant to stay will do so without force. Surrender also changes how you serve. You stop trying to prove your worth through helping. You give because giving feels right, not because it feeds your ego. You act because awareness moves you to act, not because you're chasing reward. This is how selfless service arises, not through suppression of desire, but through surrender of the self that desires. Every great teacher has pointed to this power. Lao Tzu said, "The softest thing in the world overcomes the hardest." The Buddha said, "Hatred is never overcome by hatred, but by love alone." Both were speaking of the same truth. Softness endures because it's not fighting. It's not resistance that changes the world, it's compassion that does. When you practice surrender, you become unshakable in a new way. Control-based strength breaks when conditions change. Surrender-based strength adapts. It's the power of water, patient, quiet, but unstoppable. You stop being reactive because you're not trying to win. You're focused on truth, not victory. This makes you more stable, more peaceful, and paradoxically, more effective. Surrender also brings an intimacy with life that control can never touch. When you stop fighting, you begin to see details you missed before. The subtle beauty in ordinary moments, the intelligence woven through even painful experiences. You realize that surrender is not losing your place in life's story. It's finally stepping into it fully. You stop being a director shouting instructions and become the actor living the role completely. This state of surrender naturally leads to humility. You stop pretending to know how everything should go. You begin to see how little is truly under your control, not as a defeat, but as liberation. The burden of being in charge falls away. The anxiety of perfection fades. You are no longer trying to hold back the tide. You are finally swimming with it. Softness, then, becomes the highest form of wisdom. It listens where force demands. It yields where pride resists. It forgives where control punishes. This softness doesn't make you passive. It makes you present. It allows life to move through you instead of hardening around you. The greatest strength is not found in those who conquer, but in those who endure with grace. It's in the one who can bend without losing shape, who can let go without losing heart. Surrender doesn't erase your power, it refines it. It turns effort into flow, pain into wisdom, resistance into understanding. To surrender is to trust that you don't need to fight life to live it. It's the courage to release the armor that never truly protected you, the humility to accept that you are carried by forces far greater than your will. In that release, life stops feeling like a battlefield and starts feeling like a conversation. And every breath, every step, every moment becomes an act of peace, born not from control, but from the quiet strength of letting go. When softness becomes your strength, life begins to open in new ways. You start to see that the real challenge was never the outside world, but the mind's deep need to feel safe inside it. Even surrender, as peaceful as it feels, reveals another layer beneath it. A quiet unease that still lingers in the background. It's the voice that asks, "What will happen next?" That voice is the mind's oldest habit, the craving for certainty. It's what makes people cling even when they've learned to let go. It's subtle, persuasive, and powerful. The belief that peace will only come when the unknown finally becomes known. But what if certainty itself is the mirage that keeps peace forever out of reach? What if the search for answers is the very thing that blinds us to the freedom already here? Uncertainty is the soil of life. Everything that grows comes from not knowing. A seed doesn't know what kind of tree it will become. The sky doesn't know when it will rain. Yet all of nature lives effortlessly inside uncertainty. It doesn't need guarantees to move forward. Only the human mind resists this. It wants fixed outcomes, guarantees, and labels. It wants to predict, define, and control. That constant demand for knowing turns the natural flow of life into a battlefield of expectations. The mind equates not knowing with danger. It believes that if it can map everything, it can stay safe. But the truth is, certainty is only an illusion. Nothing in existence stays fixed long enough to be certain. Every breath, every heartbeat, every relationship, every dream is constantly shifting. The moment you think you've figured life out, it changes again. This is not a flaw in the system. This is life's intelligence. Change is how life stays alive. We fear uncertainty because we misunderstand it. We see it as a void, empty, threatening, unpredictable. But uncertainty is not chaos, it's possibility. It's the space where new realities are born. When you can rest inside not knowing, you begin to feel the creative pulse of life itself. You see that uncertainty isn't against you. It's how life invites you to participate, to respond, to evolve. The problem isn't that we don't know. It's that we can't tolerate not knowing. We mistake the discomfort of uncertainty for danger, so we rush to fill it with premature conclusions, opinions, beliefs, stories, plans. We create certainty to soothe the mind, but the peace it gives never lasts because deep down we know it's fragile. One new fact, one unexpected event, and the illusion shatters. Then the cycle begins again. Doubt, fear, control, exhaustion. True peace doesn't come from finding certainty. It comes from no longer needing it. When you stop demanding guarantees, the mind relaxes. It no longer needs to defend its plans against reality. Awareness takes the place of control. You stop predicting and start perceiving. You begin to trust that whatever arises, you can meet it. That trust is not blind faith. It's a wisdom born from seeing that life has always carried you, even through the times you thought it abandoned you. The craving for certainty often hides behind logic and planning. It presents itself as responsibility, foresight, discipline. But beneath that surface lies fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of being vulnerable, fear of being wrong. The mind wants to lock everything into predictable patterns, so it never has to feel that fear. But locking life into patterns kills its vitality. You can't dance with life if you're too busy drawing the choreography. Awakening is the art of living inside the unknown without panic. It's not about destroying thought or planning. It's about seeing through the illusion that knowing equals safety. You realize that control gives you the feeling of security, not the reality of it. The only true safety lies in awareness itself, the ability to meet whatever comes with an open, grounded presence. The irony is that the more you try to eliminate uncertainty, the more anxious you become. Life resists being boxed in. It will always introduce surprises, changes, and endings to remind you that you were never in charge. The river changes its course, not to punish the swimmer, but to keep the current alive. The attempt to control uncertainty is like trying to stop that river with your hands. You exhaust yourself while the flow continues anyway. When you stop fighting uncertainty, something beautiful happens. Curiosity returns. You start to feel wonder again. Instead of demanding answers, you begin asking better questions. Instead of fearing change, you become fascinated by it. You stop seeing life as a problem to solve and start seeing it as a mystery to experience. Every day becomes an opportunity to explore rather than defend. This shift transforms your relationship with fear. Fear loses its control when you stop treating uncertainty as an enemy. You start to see fear as a signal, not a threat, a call to awaken, to pay attention. The energy behind fear is not evil. It's intensity without understanding. When you stay present with fear instead of running from it, it softens. It becomes part of awareness instead of ruling it. Not knowing also frees you from the burden of perfection. When you no longer need to have every answer, you become more authentic. You can admit confusion, vulnerability, and change your mind without shame. The pressure to appear in control dissolves, and honesty takes its place. Relationships deepen because you stop pretending to have everything figured out. Humility becomes your strength. Uncertainty is also the birthplace of creativity. Every invention, discovery, and insight comes from someone who dared to step into the unknown. When you embrace not knowing, your intuition starts to speak louder. You begin to notice connections you missed before. You start taking inspired action instead of mechanical repetition. Creativity doesn't arise from control. It arises from surrender to uncertainty. The spiritual path itself is built on this truth. The Buddha didn't find enlightenment by collecting answers, but by sitting fully with questions. The raw, uncomfortable questions about suffering, existence, and meaning. The awakening came not from solving those questions, but from dissolving the need to solve them. The mind that can rest inside mystery is the mind that sees clearly. When you allow uncertainty, you start to notice how alive the present moment becomes. Certainty belongs to the past, to what's already known, already experienced. But the present is fresh, unpredictable, alive. To live in the present is to live without guarantees. It's to meet life as it unfolds, not as memory or expectation. That's why awareness feels so alive, because it's rooted in not knowing. People often think peace means having everything figured out, but true peace is the opposite. It's the confidence to stand in the fog and still feel safe. It's knowing that clarity doesn't always come in advance. Sometimes it arrives through living. You begin to move through life the way a musician improvises, listening, responding, creating in real time. This is not chaos. It's harmony without pretense. In moments of deep not knowing, the ego begins to dissolve. The self that needed to plan, control, and predict loses its authority. You begin to sense something larger than personal will guiding you, not as destiny, but as rhythm. When you live in this rhythm, decisions happen naturally. You stop overanalyzing and start trusting the pull of awareness. The mind relaxes into its true role, not as master, but as servant of consciousness. This surrender to uncertainty also changes how you experience suffering. You no longer need to assign meaning to every pain or answer to every why. You start to see that life doesn't always explain itself, and that's okay. Some things exist simply to be felt, not understood. When you let go of the demand for meaning, you find a deeper kind of peace, one that doesn't depend on explanations. Learning to live with uncertainty doesn't mean living carelessly. It means living attentively. You stay awake to the movement of life instead of trying to predict it. You remain sensitive, adaptable, grounded in presence. You act, but you don't grasp. You move, but you don't rush. Each choice becomes a conversation with the unknown. You offer your intention, and life answers in its own time. Uncertainty also humbles the intellect. It reveals that knowledge, no matter how vast, is limited. Every answer leads to more questions. Every conclusion opens new frontiers. The wise never claim certainty. They remain students of the infinite. That humility keeps the mind flexible and the heart open. Certainty freezes growth. Uncertainty keeps it alive. Even in relationships, this understanding brings freedom. You stop expecting people to stay the same. You accept that love itself changes shape. You stop demanding promises about the future and start valuing presence in the moment. Instead of fearing change, you appreciate the honesty of it. Love rooted in certainty is fragile. Love rooted in awareness is enduring because it adapts with time. On a deeper level, uncertainty reveals the nature of reality itself. Everything you see, touch, and know is in constant flux. Even the self that seeks stability is changing from moment to moment. Body, thought, emotion, identity. To cling to certainty is to cling to what's already dissolving. To live in awareness is to ride the wave of impermanence without drowning in it. Meditation is a direct way to experience this truth. When you sit quietly, you begin to see how thoughts arise from nowhere and vanish into nowhere. You realize you don't control them. They happen, like clouds forming and dispersing. The more you observe, the less you need to interfere. You learn that awareness itself is stable even when everything within it changes. That realization becomes your anchor in uncertainty. The mind will still crave control. That instinct doesn't disappear overnight, but each time you notice the craving without obeying it, you grow freer. You start recognizing that the discomfort of uncertainty is not a signal to escape. It's an invitation to awaken. It's life asking you to trust without guarantees, to act without knowing how it will end. Uncertainty, when embraced, becomes intimacy with life itself. You begin to see how everything is interconnected, how events unfold through countless unseen causes. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad too quickly because you understand that outcomes take time to reveal their meaning. You let life breathe before judging it. That patience deepens your wisdom and makes your presence steady. Over time, the unknown becomes less frightening and more sacred. It stops feeling like an empty space and starts feeling like a doorway. You realize that every mystery, every pause, every unanswered question holds a quiet beauty. You stop rushing to fill silence and begin listening to it. The unknown starts to feel like home, vast, alive, and full of possibility. Living this way doesn't make life easier, it makes it real. You stop wasting energy trying to hold back change. You stop pretending to know what you don't. You start meeting each day as a beginner, alert, humble, ready to learn. This beginner's mind, free from conclusions, is the heart of awakening. It's how you stay fresh, creative, and open even as the world keeps shifting around you. The mind that embraces uncertainty stops seeking to possess truth and starts becoming a vessel for it. You no longer chase certainty because you see that the search itself was born of fear. You live inside a question now, but that question is peaceful. It no longer torments you because you no longer demand an answer. In that quiet openness, a new kind of strength appears, not the strength of knowing, but the strength of trust, the willingness to be here, fully, even when you don't understand, the courage to walk through mystery without the need to control it, the grace to meet life not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a living presence to be experienced moment by moment. This is where awakening begins, not in finding all the answers, but in finally being free from the need to have them. When you begin to live peacefully inside uncertainty, something subtle starts to surface. The quiet comfort of not knowing awakens an awareness deeper than thought. But as that awareness expands, another force rises in response, a force that resists silence, resists surrender, and resists truth. It is the voice that says, "Be careful, stay in control." That voice belongs to the ego, the mind's oldest defense, the part of you that fears vulnerability more than anything else. It doesn't want awareness, it wants survival. And to survive, it builds its fortress out of control. The ego is not evil, it's simply afraid. It was born to protect the self, to create a sense of identity, a story of who you are. It gives you a name, a history, a role to play. At first, it feels like security. It tells you, "I am me because I control my life." But that illusion of control becomes the very wall that separates you from presence. The ego's power depends on distraction. It must keep you busy, thinking, comparing, achieving, defending, because the moment you are fully still and aware, it starts to dissolve. This is why the ego clings to control so desperately. Control is its camouflage. When it feels threatened, it takes over your attention by convincing you that life must be managed, fixed, improved. It makes you believe that peace will come only after everything is under control. But peace never arrives that way, because control is the ego's substitute for presence, a distraction from the vulnerability of simply being. Presence is what the ego fears most. To be present is to drop your masks. It's to sit with what is, without filters or defenses. In presence, you see clearly, not just the world, but yourself. And that raw honesty is terrifying for the ego because it thrives on identification. I am my thoughts, my roles, my opinions, my success, my pain. In presence, those identifications fall away. There is awareness, but no separate I to hold on to. So the ego distracts you with control. The controlling mind is a shield against feeling. It's not control over life that people crave. It's control over emotion. Deep down, control is an attempt to avoid vulnerability. You try to manage situations, people, and outcomes because you fear what you might feel if they don't go your way. You fear rejection, loss, failure, humiliation. The ego tells you that if you can control enough variables, you can avoid pain. But the truth is, control doesn't protect you from pain. It prevents you from truly living. Authentic awareness requires vulnerability. It means letting experience touch you, letting life move through you, even when it hurts. The ego cannot allow this because it equates vulnerability with danger. To the ego, being open feels like being exposed, a threat to its survival. So it builds armor made of strategies, overthinking, perfectionism, judgment, comparison, planning, avoidance. These are not random habits, they are defenses. Each one is an attempt to cover the rawness of being human. Perfectionism, for example, is not about high standards. It's fear disguised as discipline. It's the mind's attempt to control worthiness by avoiding mistakes. Judgment is not clarity. It's protection from vulnerability, a way of keeping distance by labeling others as wrong. Even spiritual seeking can become a form of control, trying to become enlightened so you can escape imperfection. Every layer of control is a wall built against direct experience. Presence dismantles these walls, not by force, but by awareness. The moment you see that control is a defense, something softens. You start noticing how often your need to manage everything arises from discomfort, not necessity. You begin to question whether control actually makes life better or just more rigid. Awareness doesn't fight the ego. It exposes its illusions gently, the way sunlight dissolves mist. When awareness grows, the ego feels cornered. It panics. It amplifies its voice, demanding that you return to familiar patterns. Do something, it says. Fix this. Plan ahead. Don't just sit there. The ego equates stillness with loss of identity. It wants activity, movement, thought, anything that keeps you from silence. But if you can stay with that discomfort and not obey the impulse to control, something profound happens. You begin to feel the space underneath the noise, a space that doesn't need to control because it's never threatened. That is presence. Presence is not passivity, it's pure attention. When you are present, your actions come from direct perception, not fear. You see reality as it is, without projection. The ego acts from habit, from defense. Presence acts from clarity. In that clarity, control becomes unnecessary because you are no longer reacting, you are responding. You move when movement is needed. You rest when rest is called for. Action becomes simple, precise, alive. The ego, on the other hand, thrives on complexity. It loves conflict and confusion because they keep you entangled. The more tangled you are, the more you need your ego's narrative to make sense of it all. The ego feeds on identification. It needs you to believe that you are the one who controls, the one who suffers, the one who wins or loses. Without that identity, it starves. That's why awareness feels like death to it, because awareness reveals that the controller never truly existed. This illusion is easy to see when you observe your thoughts. Thoughts arise on their own. You don't choose them consciously, yet the ego takes credit for them. I thought that. It also takes ownership of actions, outcomes, and emotions. When things go well, it says, I did that. When things fall apart, it says, I failed. Both pride and shame feed the same illusion of control. The ego doesn't care whether it feels superior or inferior. It just needs to feel separate. Control is the ego's favorite tool for maintaining that separation. It keeps you locked in the idea of me versus life. The more you try to control, the more isolated you feel. You become the manager of existence, endlessly working to keep your personal world in order. But life doesn't obey personal agendas. It moves according to deeper intelligence. The more you resist that flow, the more suffering arises. Presence doesn't destroy the ego, it integrates it. When you become aware of the controlling mind, you stop identifying with it. You begin to treat it with compassion rather than judgment. You see that it's just trying to protect you, clumsy, frightened, and overworked. That realization brings tenderness. You stop fighting your mind and start observing it. Observation itself begins to heal the pattern. The moment you truly see the ego's defense, you no longer need to act from it. This shift marks the beginning of emotional maturity. You start to recognize that vulnerability is not weakness, it's authenticity. The heart that can stay open in discomfort is far stronger than the mind that hides behind control. The ego protects you from temporary pain, but at the cost of lasting peace. Awareness exposes the pain, yes, but it also reveals your capacity to hold it, to be with it fully without collapsing. The fear of vulnerability often comes from old wounds. Somewhere in the past, pain taught the mind that being open leads to hurt. So it learned to close, to control, to stay safe. But that strategy, while once useful, eventually becomes a prison. It keeps you alive, but not truly living. Healing begins when you realize you don't need that armor anymore. Life is no longer as dangerous as your memory believes. Awareness shows you that you are safe enough now to feel. When you start allowing yourself to feel without defending, control begins to dissolve naturally. You notice that life moves perfectly well without your constant management. You don't stop caring. You simply stop controlling. This surrender is not collapse. It's cooperation with reality. You become more fluid, more responsive. Decisions feel lighter because they arise from awareness, not fear. The mind resists this at first because it equates control with identity. When control fades, it feels like death. But what's actually dying is not you. It's the false self that believed it was separate. Awareness cannot die because it was never born. The more you rest in awareness, the more you realize that vulnerability isn't dangerous. It's sacred. It's what makes connection, love, and creativity possible. As presence deepens, you start noticing how much energy the ego spent maintaining control. The endless internal dialogues, the justifications, the rehearsed scenarios. When that energy is released, life feels lighter. You begin to act from intuition instead of calculation. There's no need to overanalyze because you trust the intelligence of awareness. You move with life rather than against it. Control as a defense also appears in relationships. The ego tries to manage how others see you, how they behave, how they respond. It tries to protect itself from rejection or disapproval by shaping interactions to its comfort. But genuine connection only happens in authenticity. When you stop controlling, you start relating from presence. You speak truthfully, listen deeply, and allow others their space. Vulnerability replaces performance. Real intimacy begins. Even spirituality can become infected by the ego's control. The mind starts using spiritual practice as a way to strengthen identity. The enlightened one, the healer, the wise one. The subtle thought arises, I am progressing. But the deeper truth is that awareness doesn't progress, it simply awakens. The ego tries to own even awakening, turning presence into an achievement. That's why humility is essential. Awareness grows only when control, even spiritual control, is released. Presence reveals that control was never real power. Real power is the ability to stay open in the face of uncertainty, to remain kind when the ego wants to attack, to be silent when the ego wants to defend. This kind of power doesn't shout, it doesn't need to prove, it simply is. It flows quietly from awareness, not effort. As you observe the controlling mind, patterns become clear. You begin to notice how every attempt to dominate life ends in exhaustion. Every fight to preserve identity leads to loneliness. But when you drop control, connection reappears. Life starts cooperating with you again. This cooperation was always there. It just couldn't reach you through the noise of defense. Gradually, awareness becomes your natural state. You still have an ego, everyone does, but it no longer drives the vehicle. It becomes a useful tool rather than a ruler. It helps you function, but it doesn't dictate how you live. The fear that once governed you loses authority. You stop running from life and start participating fully. What emerges in that space is authenticity, not the version of yourself you show the world, but the essence that remains when all defense falls away. It's quiet, direct, and real. You don't need to control perception because truth doesn't need polish. You don't need to perform because awareness itself is enough. Control was always a replacement for that authenticity, a mask worn to hide the fear of being seen. But when you are present, you discover there was never anything wrong with being seen. Control, in the end, is the ego's last stand against awakening. It's the final attempt to protect a self that doesn't need protection. The mind will keep returning to it until you see through the illusion completely. The practice is not to destroy control, but to recognize its roots in fear and to meet that fear with awareness. Each time you do, control loosens its grip a little more. In awareness, vulnerability becomes strength. You no longer need control to feel safe because you have presence, the only true security there is. The walls of defense crumble, and what remains is openness, the willingness to feel, to see, to live without the constant mediation of fear. It's not that you stop thinking or planning, it's that your thoughts and plans no longer arise from panic. They arise from the quiet intelligence that comes when you are fully awake. When that shift becomes natural, life stops being a performance. Every interaction, every challenge, every emotion becomes part of the same sacred movement. The controlling mind still appears sometimes, but it no longer defines you. You can watch it with compassion, knowing that it's only an echo of an old habit. And the more you rest in presence, the less those echoes disturb you. This is the freedom the ego has been defending against all along, not the freedom to control life, but the freedom to live it completely. When awareness begins to replace control, something unexpected happens. The mind quiets, but the heart opens. The walls built to protect you dissolve, and what remains is a deep sensitivity to life itself. You start to notice the movement of things, how every sound fades into silence, how every breath comes and goes, how even moments of stillness keep shifting underneath. Awareness shows you a truth the ego always tried to hide. Everything changes, nothing stays, and in that realization lies the next great freedom, the understanding that impermanence is not loss, but liberation. People fear change because they equate stability with safety. The mind craves permanence, something solid to hold, a moment that never ends, a love that never fades. It believes that if it can just make one part of life unchanging, peace will finally be secure. But permanence doesn't exist anywhere in nature. Even the mountains erode, the stars burn out, and the ocean's tides are never still. The truth of life is movement, not stillness. And what the mind calls loss, existence calls renewal. Impermanence is not the enemy of happiness. It's the reason happiness exists. Without change, nothing could grow, evolve, or be appreciated. Every sunrise is beautiful precisely because it disappears. Every relationship is meaningful because it is finite. Without impermanence, there would be no tenderness, no urgency to love, no gratitude for the fleeting. The same moment that frightens the mind with its fragility is the very moment that gives life its depth. The fear of impermanence arises from misunderstanding. People confuse stability with security, but they are not the same. Stability is external, the idea that something will last. Security is internal, the understanding that you can meet whatever comes. When you depend on stability, every change feels like a threat. When you rest in awareness, change becomes movement within wholeness. The foundation of peace shifts from the outer world to the inner state. The Buddha taught that impermanence, anicca, is one of the three marks of existence, along with suffering and non-self. He did not present impermanence as a tragedy, but as a key to freedom. Because when you deeply see that everything changes, you stop clinging. You stop demanding that life stay the same. You stop resisting endings and start trusting beginnings. The pain of loss doesn't come from change itself. It comes from wanting what changes to remain fixed. To understand impermanence is to see how tightly the mind holds on. It clings to identities, roles, possessions, even emotions. This is who I am, it says. This is mine. But the self you were yesterday is not the self you are now. Your thoughts have shifted, your cells have replaced themselves, your understanding has evolved. The clinging mind tries to preserve a snapshot of what was and suffers every time reality moves. Acceptance of impermanence doesn't numb emotion, it deepens it. When you know that everything is passing, every experience becomes sacred. You stop taking people and moments for granted. Gratitude becomes spontaneous because you see that nothing belongs to you, not even your next breath. You start saying thank you, not because you have everything you want, but because you are awake enough to know you won't have it forever. This awareness changes your relationship with love. Most heartbreak is born from the illusion that love must last to be real. But love's truth isn't measured in duration, it's measured in depth. A short encounter can awaken you more than a lifetime of routine affection. When you stop demanding permanence from love, you begin to experience love without fear. You love fully, knowing it will change, and in that openness, love becomes purer. Impermanence also transforms how you deal with pain. The same law that takes away joy also takes away sorrow. No emotion, no matter how heavy, can remain forever. When you trust this, you stop resisting discomfort. You allow feelings to arise and pass without clinging to them or pushing them away. This is emotional freedom, not the absence of pain, but the ability to stay present through it, knowing that all storms move on. Control is rooted in the denial of impermanence. The controlling mind tries to freeze reality, to make it predictable, but the more it fights change, the more fragile it becomes. Awareness, on the other hand, flows with change. It adapts, responds, and evolves. Awareness doesn't seek security in what stays the same. It finds peace in the very movement of life. When you begin to live this way, death itself starts to lose its terror. You understand that death is not an interruption, but a continuation of change, the ultimate transformation that makes renewal possible. Just as the leaf must fall for the tree to rest and regenerate, endings are necessary for beginnings to bloom. To fear death is to fear life's nature. To accept it is to live without resistance. Impermanence also reveals the illusion of possession. You don't own anything, not your body, not your relationships, not even your thoughts. Everything you call mine is borrowed from the flow of existence. To see this is not depressing. It's freeing. When you stop trying to hold what can't be held, you begin to participate in life as it is, an endless exchange of giving and receiving. You become a traveler, not a collector. Awareness of impermanence brings humility. It reminds you that no matter how high you rise, time will change you. Success, beauty, fame, all fade. When you understand this deeply, pride loses its grip. You begin to value simplicity over status, sincerity over perfection. You stop rushing to build monuments to yourself and start learning how to be truly alive in this passing moment. Impermanence also teaches compassion. When you see how fragile life is, cruelty becomes impossible. You understand that everyone you meet is walking their own path of change, loss, and uncertainty. Their anger, pride, or fear are just temporary states. This understanding softens judgment. You stop reacting to others' behavior as permanent and start seeing their humanity underneath. Compassion is simply clarity with kindness, the awareness that everyone is as impermanent as you. In mindfulness practice, awareness of impermanence is central. When you watch your breath, you see its rhythm of arising and falling. When you watch thoughts, you see how quickly they appear and vanish. This observation trains the mind to relax its grip. You start to see that nothing stays, not even the parts of yourself you once thought were fixed. You realize that life is not happening to you, it is happening through you. The recognition of impermanence doesn't remove sadness, but it makes sadness bearable. You stop trying to protect yourself from change, and in doing so, you discover resilience. Change no longer feels like an attack. It feels like renewal. You start trusting your capacity to begin again. Every ending becomes an opening, every loss a space for something new to grow. This is what Buddhists mean when they say, everything that arises passes away. And that is good. The acceptance of impermanence also dissolves regret. You begin to understand that you could not have done things differently because you are not the same person who made those choices. The past was made by a different version of you, one who acted according to their level of awareness at the time. Seeing this frees you from self-punishment. You no longer carry the past as a weight, you honor it as a lesson. In the same way, impermanence liberates you from worry about the future. Anxiety arises from the desire to control what hasn't yet formed. But when you truly understand that the future is just another unfolding present, you stop projecting fear into it. You meet each moment as it comes. The future is not something to predict, it's something to experience when it arrives. The beauty of impermanence is that it makes renewal possible. Nothing lasting can ever grow, because growth requires change. If the seed refused to break, the tree could never emerge. If you refuse to change, the person you are becoming would remain trapped inside the person you were. Every time something falls apart in your life, it is not destruction, it is transformation in disguise. There's a saying in Zen, the cup is already broken. It means that everything you love is already changing, already on its way to becoming something else. When you accept this truth, gratitude deepens. You start treating each moment as precious because you know it won't repeat. You love without clinging. You work without anxiety. You live without postponing. The awareness of death becomes the awareness of life. Impermanence also reshapes how you pursue goals. You stop attaching your worth to outcomes. You still work, create and dream, but you do so with detachment. You understand that every achievement will fade, and that's okay. Its value lies not in how long it lasts, but in how fully you were present while it existed. You begin to measure success not by duration, but by sincerity. The fear of change often hides the fear of identity loss. People cling to the familiar because it defines them, but the more you explore awareness, the more you see that identity itself is fluid. You are not a fixed story. You are a continuous unfolding of experience. This recognition doesn't erase individuality, it liberates it. You stop trying to be consistent with an outdated version of yourself and allow evolution to happen. Impermanence, once accepted, turns into spaciousness. It creates room for life to breathe. You no longer fill every silence with noise or every gap with fear. You begin to appreciate the pauses, the endings, the transitions. You realize that space is not emptiness, it's potential. It's the open field where new beginnings take root. This understanding also brings peace to relationships. You stop demanding promises that can't be kept. You no longer need others to guarantee permanence. You love freely, knowing that love itself changes form, sometimes closeness, sometimes distance, sometimes memory. Each phase carries its own beauty. When you let relationships evolve instead of freezing them, they become more alive. The recognition of impermanence makes forgiveness natural. You see that everyone, including yourself, is changing moment by moment. The person who hurt you yesterday may no longer exist today. Holding on to anger binds you to a version of the past that no longer lives. When you release it, you return to the flow of the present. Forgiveness is not approval. It's understanding that the past has already moved on. Living with impermanence also deepens your sense of purpose. You realize that since nothing lasts, what matters most is how fully you show up while things are here. You stop waiting for the perfect moment and start honoring this one. You express love now, speak truth now, create now, because you know tomorrow is never promised. Impermanence turns every breath into a reminder of what truly matters. To embrace impermanence is to fall in love with movement itself. It's to see beauty not in permanence, but in the rhythm of change, the way waves form and dissolve, the way seasons turn, the way faces age and eyes deepen with time. You stop resisting life's flow and begin to flow with it. In that surrender, you find a peace that no permanence could ever offer. Impermanence doesn't mean that nothing matters. It means everything does. Every word, every kindness, every sunrise counts precisely because it won't come again in the same way. You start to live with gentleness, aware of the fragility and sacredness of all things. This gentleness is not sadness, it's reverence. It's the recognition that life, in its constant transformation, is endlessly giving itself to you. When you truly understand impermanence, fear dissolves. You no longer need guarantees because you've seen that change itself is trustworthy. Life doesn't need to stay the same to be good. It only needs to keep moving. And when you move with it, when you stop clinging, stop freezing, stop demanding, you realize that impermanence was never your enemy. It was the doorway to freedom all along. When you begin to live with impermanence as a friend instead of an enemy, something remarkable starts to unfold. The constant need to hold, to protect, to possess begins to dissolve. You start to notice that when you stop clutching at life, life doesn't disappear. It expands. There's a quiet rhythm to existence, a hidden generosity that was always there, waiting to be seen. You begin to sense that everything you've ever received, every breath, every sunrise, every act of love, was never random. It was part of a vast and silent generosity that gives without asking anything in return. The universe does not shout its abundance. It moves quietly, steadily, giving everything it has with no trace of pride or expectation. The sun gives its warmth freely. The earth holds and feeds without complaint. Rivers flow, trees bear fruit, clouds share rain. Nothing hoards, nothing demands recognition. Nature's way is giving, and that same current flows through you. When you stop grasping, you begin to align with that current, and life itself starts to give through you. In Buddhism, this is known as dana, the practice of generosity. It is not limited to giving money or things. It's the expression of an open heart. Dana is the opposite of craving. It's the release that says, "What I have, I share. What I know, I offer." It's a reminder that abundance is not measured by what you hold, but by what flows through you. The more freely you give, the more you realize that the source of giving is infinite. The mind often believes the opposite. It lives with the illusion of scarcity, the fear that there's never enough time, love, attention, or resources. This fear of not enough creates tightness, and that tightness closes the flow of life. The tighter you hold, the less life can move through you. But when you begin to trust in life's natural abundance, you loosen your grip, and what you once thought was limited reveals itself as endless. True generosity starts with perception. It's seeing that everything you have is borrowed, not owned. Your body is a gift from the earth. Your breath is a gift from the air. Your knowledge is built on countless others who came before you. When you recognize that nothing truly belongs to you, giving becomes natural. You are simply returning what was never yours to keep. This understanding transforms giving from sacrifice into participation in the flow of existence. Generosity is not an act of loss. It's an act of freedom. When you give, you remind yourself that you are not bound by fear or possession. The moment you share what you thought was scarce, you prove to yourself that you have enough. This realization doesn't just open your hands, it opens your heart. You start to see that the real wealth in life isn't accumulation, it's connection. Each act of giving deepens your relationship with the world around you. The universe mirrors your energy. When you give with sincerity, life responds in ways you can't predict. This is not superstition, it's resonance. Energy circulates. When your heart is open, the same openness echoes back to you through unexpected blessings, not always in the form of material gain, but in the peace, synchronicity, and clarity that arise from harmony with the whole. The silent generosity of existence teaches that giving is not something you do, it's something you are. It's your natural state before fear taught you to protect. Watch a child offering their toy without hesitation. That innocence is dana. The heart doesn't calculate in that moment. It simply recognizes joy in sharing. The adult mind complicates this with stories of fairness, worth, and security. But generosity belongs to the realm beyond calculation, the place where love and awareness meet. Generosity also dissolves the illusion of separation. When you give, you realize there's no real boundary between giver and receiver. Both are part of the same exchange. The hand that gives and the hand that receives are connected by the same pulse of life. In that moment, you see that giving is not about charity or superiority, it's about unity. It's how the universe reminds itself of its oneness through the act of sharing. Every act of genuine giving cleanses the mind. It cuts through greed, pride, and fear. It reminds you that you are more than the self that clings. Each time you offer kindness, time, or presence, a layer of ego dissolves. This is why the practice of dana is not just social but spiritual. It transforms the giver before it benefits the receiver. You give to free yourself from the illusion of ownership. Generosity does not depend on abundance. It depends on awareness. You don't need wealth to give. You need willingness. Sometimes the smallest gestures, a kind word, a moment of attention, a sincere smile, carry more value than anything money can buy. The mind that always waits to have more before giving will never find the right time. But when you act from the truth that you already have enough, generosity becomes a way of being. Life itself is sustained by this principle. Every part of existence gives to the other. The tree gives oxygen and receives carbon dioxide. The ocean gives clouds and receives rivers. The balance of the world depends on this mutual flow. When humans hoard or disrupt this exchange, imbalance and suffering arise. The same is true within you. When you withhold love, compassion, or trust, your inner world grows tight and stagnant. Generosity restores the flow both inside and out. Giving also reveals your relationship with attachment. How easily you can let go of something shows how free you are from it. If giving feels painful, it's a sign that you've identified with what you're giving away. When you give without resistance, you discover a deeper truth, that what you give doesn't leave you, it expands you. It becomes part of a larger cycle that eventually returns in another form. This understanding of dana also transforms how you receive. Many people find it easier to give than to receive because receiving requires vulnerability. But the flow of generosity has two directions. To block one side is to block both. When someone offers kindness, your acceptance allows their generosity to complete its circle. Rejecting a gift out of pride or discomfort stops the flow. True generosity means giving and receiving with the same open heart. The silent generosity of the universe operates without reward. The sun doesn't ask for thanks. The rain doesn't choose where to fall. Life gives because giving is its nature. In the same way, real generosity expects nothing. When you give only to receive, the act becomes a transaction, not an offering. But when you give freely, something subtle awakens inside, a joy that doesn't depend on outcomes. That joy is the echo of your true nature recognizing itself. Generosity also deepens awareness of interdependence. Every aspect of your existence relies on unseen contributions from others. The food you eat is the work of countless hands. The words you speak are shaped by the language created by generations before you. Even your thoughts are influenced by ideas shared across time. When you realize how much of your life is supported by others, giving stops feeling optional. It becomes gratitude in motion. In daily life, practicing generosity can be as simple as being fully present. Presence is the highest form of giving because it requires your most precious resource, attention. To truly listen to someone without planning your response is generosity. To hold space for another person's pain without judgment is generosity. To offer patience when the world rushes is generosity. None of these acts cost anything, but each one enriches life profoundly. The practice of dana also softens the fear of loss. When you live with an open hand, you stop being terrified of things leaving. You trust the flow, that what goes will be replaced by something new, and what arrives will eventually pass, making space again. Generosity trains the heart to let go with grace. It turns impermanence into rhythm instead of threat. You start to see that the universe never takes without giving. It simply changes the form of what is given. On a deeper level, generosity reveals the nature of abundance itself. Abundance is not the accumulation of things, it's the recognition of enoughness. When you see that life already provides everything necessary for the moment, the hunger to grasp fades. You start living from sufficiency rather than scarcity. And in that state, you give naturally, not because you should, but because your overflowing heart has no reason to withhold. The ego cannot sustain true generosity because it needs control. It gives to gain approval, to prove virtue, or to secure gratitude. Awareness gives silently, without story. That's why the universe's generosity feels invisible. It doesn't advertise itself. It simply gives because that's its essence. When your giving becomes like that, you move in harmony with creation itself. You become an extension of life's kindness. Even your challenges, when seen clearly, are acts of generosity from life. Every obstacle brings growth. Every ending creates space for renewal. Even suffering teaches empathy and humility. The universe gives not only comfort, but wisdom, and often wisdom arrives wrapped in difficulty. When you stop labeling experiences as unfair, you begin to see that life's generosity includes everything that leads you back to awareness. Generosity also frees you from the isolation of self-importance. When you give, the focus shifts from me to we. The boundaries of separation soften. You feel part of something vast, a web of giving and receiving that sustains all things. In that recognition, loneliness fades. The joy of generosity is not in what leaves your hands, but in the reminder that you were never separate from what you give to. The silent generosity of the universe teaches you to trust timing. Sometimes giving is not about offering things, but offering patience. The right words, the right actions, the right help, they all come when awareness guides them. When generosity is grounded in presence, it becomes wise rather than impulsive. It gives where it's needed, not where it seeks validation. This discernment is what turns kindness into true compassion. As generosity matures, it stops being a practice and becomes a way of seeing. You start noticing that every moment is a gift, even the difficult ones. You recognize generosity not only in grand gestures, but in the smallest exchanges: a stranger holding a door, a friend's laughter, a breeze cooling your face. Life itself becomes a continuous act of giving, and gratitude becomes your natural response. Living this way transforms your relationship with scarcity. You stop asking, "What can I get?" and start asking, "What can I offer?" Paradoxically, the more you give, the richer you feel. Because abundance is not measured in possessions, but in the freedom to share. The one who gives with an open heart lives in constant wealth, even with little. At the highest level, generosity becomes selfless awareness itself, the space that allows everything to exist. Awareness gives room for all experience to arise without interference. It receives everything and rejects nothing. This is the universe's ultimate generosity, unconditional acceptance. When you live from that space, you become a channel of that same acceptance. Every act, every word, every silence becomes a gift of presence. The silent generosity of life doesn't demand that you be extraordinary. It only asks that you stop grasping. The moment you release the need to possess, you return to the natural rhythm of giving and receiving. Life begins to flow again. Gratitude becomes effortless, and in that flow, you realize something profound, that generosity was never about losing anything. It was about remembering who you are, a living expression of the universe's endless grace. When generosity begins to bloom in your awareness, something even deeper awakens. The heart that once grasped learns the joy of giving, but soon it notices another movement inside, a quieter longing that still remains. It's not the hunger for possessions anymore. It's subtler, woven into thoughts, emotions, and even acts of love. Desire itself begins to reveal its dual nature. It can either bind or liberate. The next transformation on the path is learning how to soften desire until it becomes compassion. How to let the fire of craving turn into the warmth of love. Desire is not the enemy, it's energy, pure and neutral at its core. The problem begins when that energy hardens into craving, when wanting becomes clinging. Craving says, "I will not be happy until I have this." It narrows your vision until the entire world shrinks to the size of your desire. Compassion, on the other hand, expands that same energy outward. It says, "May all beings find happiness." The same fire that once burned for possession becomes the light that warms others when released from the prison of self-centeredness. The transformation begins by understanding how desire arises. It starts as a natural impulse, the movement of life seeking expression. You feel drawn to beauty, connection, creativity, love. These impulses are not wrong. They are part of being alive. But the mind intervenes, adding ownership. This must be mine. That single attachment changes the quality of desire. It tightens, becomes personal, and soon turns into suffering. Every form of greed, jealousy, or obsession grows from this contraction of energy around me and mine. When awareness watches desire without judgment, it starts to soften. You begin to see that craving is not something to destroy, but something to understand. It's a child version of love, immature, impatient, afraid of loss. The more you observe it, the more it reveals its root, a longing for connection. Every craving, at its core, is a search for wholeness. The mistake is that the mind looks for that wholeness in external things. When you recognize this, desire becomes transparent. You start to feel compassion for it instead of shame. To soften desire, you don't suppress it, you hold it in awareness. Suppression only drives craving underground, where it grows stronger in the shadows. Awareness brings light, and light transforms. When you sit with a desire, whether it's for recognition, affection, success, or pleasure, and look deeply into it, you begin to see its structure. You notice the tension it creates, the expectation it builds, the fear that accompanies it. As you keep watching, the energy behind the craving starts to dissolve its rigidity. It turns from grasping into openness, from need into inspiration. This transformation is not theoretical, it's felt in the body. Craving tightens your breath, quickens your heart, creates a restlessness in your hands and thoughts. Compassion, however, relaxes everything. The breath deepens, the body feels grounded, the mind quiets. You start to sense that peace isn't found in getting what you want, but in releasing the compulsion to have it. In that release, desire becomes gentle, a current that moves through you rather than consuming you. In Buddhism, this understanding is central. The Buddha did not teach that all desire is suffering, only that attachment to desire is. There is a kind of longing that purifies, the wish for awakening, for kindness, for understanding. These are not cravings for personal gain, they are intentions aligned with the natural flow of compassion. When desire loses its demand and becomes a wish for the well-being of all, it becomes sacred. Gentle desire, unlike craving, doesn't chase or manipulate. It acts with patience. It recognizes timing. It doesn't see life as a marketplace of acquisitions, but as a field of growth. When you move from craving to compassion, your desires become expressions of care for yourself, for others, for life itself. You no longer want to consume, you want to contribute. You no longer want to own, you want to nurture. The fire that once burned destructively begins to give light. You can feel this shift in small ways. When you eat, you stop devouring. You taste with awareness, gratitude, and balance. When you love, you stop demanding. You care without trying to possess. When you work, you stop chasing validation. You act from purpose rather than ego. This change doesn't require renunciation of the world. It requires a transformation of your relationship to it. You begin to see desire as sacred energy waiting to be refined. Craving always carries tension because it's built on the illusion of lack. It whispers, "You are not enough until you get this." Compassion, by contrast, arises from wholeness. It says, "You are enough so you can share." That's the shift. From emptiness to fullness, from fear to love. When desire becomes gentle, it no longer tries to fill a void, it becomes an overflow. You give, act, and move because your heart is already abundant. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. The ego will still try to turn even noble intentions into subtle forms of craving. It might disguise attachment as care or control as love. The key is mindfulness, staying alert to the quality of your desire. Ask yourself, does this desire contract or expand me? Does it create anxiety or peace? Does it isolate or connect? Awareness reveals which desires are rooted in fear and which in compassion. As awareness deepens, even the concept of "my desire" begins to fade. You start noticing that desires arise naturally, like waves in the ocean. You don't need to take ownership of them. You observe them, learn from them, and let them pass. When desire loses ownership, it becomes harmless. It becomes life expressing itself through you, not something you control, but something you participate in consciously. Gentle desire also changes how you relate to pleasure. In craving, pleasure becomes addiction, a cycle of pursuit and dissatisfaction. But when desire softens, pleasure becomes appreciation. You can enjoy fully without clinging. The experience enriches the moment and then moves on. Nothing needs to be hoarded or repeated compulsively. You realize that joy, like breath, renews itself only when it's allowed to flow. The same principle applies to ambition. Craving for success leads to burnout and comparison. Gentle desire for purpose, however, leads to excellence without anxiety. You work not to prove your worth, but to express your nature. Your effort becomes devotion rather than obsession. This is the difference between the restless striving of ego and the peaceful diligence of awareness. Softened desire also makes relationships harmonious. Most conflicts come from unspoken cravings, the need to be understood, validated, loved in a particular way. When you become aware of these inner demands, you can replace them with openness. You start relating from generosity instead of need. Compassion allows you to see that others too are shaped by their own desires and fears. This understanding dissolves judgment and brings patience. Love becomes less of a transaction and more of a shared presence. Gentle desire teaches you the beauty of sufficiency. It doesn't demand the world to be perfect. It simply wants to participate in life with awareness. When you let go of excess wanting, you begin to notice that most of what you seek was already here. Contentment doesn't come from renouncing desire, but from refining it, turning it into care, creativity, and gratitude. Even spiritual longing can evolve this way. At first, you might seek enlightenment as an achievement, a final state to possess. But awareness reveals that awakening is not a possession, it's an unfolding. The moment you stop craving it, you start living it. The desire for awakening turns from grasping into grace. It becomes a quiet invitation rather than a chase. The path becomes gentler, the practice more joyful. Gentle desire also leads to humility. Craving always says, "I know what I need." Compassion says, "May I serve what's needed." You stop trying to bend life to your will and start aligning with its rhythm. This humility brings clarity. You act when it's time, rest when it's not. The sense of urgency fades because you trust that what's meant to come will come. Softening desire doesn't make you passive, it makes you wise. You still dream, love, create, and act, but with balance. You move from pressure to peace. You start noticing that the quality of your inner state matters more than the quantity of your achievements. When desire is gentle, success doesn't inflate the ego, and failure doesn't destroy it. Both become part of learning. Gentle desire also reveals the deep interconnection between self and others. When craving dissolves, empathy naturally grows. You begin to wish happiness for others as sincerely as for yourself. The boundaries between my joy and their joy fade. Compassion becomes effortless because your heart no longer differentiates. In that unity, the energy once wasted on craving turns into quiet strength, the power to love without agenda. Every time you meet a desire with awareness instead of resistance, you polish the mirror of the mind. You begin to see your motives clearly. The fog of grasping lifts, and underneath it, you find the simple wish to give, to connect, to grow. This is the seed of compassion, desire purified of fear. Over time, this way of living transforms even the smallest choices. You start eating, speaking, and working with a different intention, not to gain, but to give, not to possess, but to participate. The shift may be subtle, but it changes everything. The body feels lighter, the mind quieter, and relationships deeper. You no longer live as a seeker of satisfaction. You live as an expression of peace. When desire becomes gentle, it loses its sharp edge. It no longer cuts through life with urgency. It becomes soft, like rain nourishing the soil. You still feel longing, but it's not painful, it's tender. It reminds you that to be human is to care, to yearn, to grow. And when that yearning is rooted in awareness, it leads not to suffering, but to love. This is the transformation the sages spoke of, not the end of desire, but its purification, the shift from wanting to share, from taking to giving, from clinging to allowing. When craving melts into compassion, the heart becomes spacious enough to hold the whole world. You begin to see that peace is not found by killing desire, but by softening it until all that remains is kindness moving through you, silently, endlessly, without demand. When desire becomes gentle and begins to move through you as compassion, life starts to shift in a way that words can barely describe. You stop chasing, stop grasping, stop trying to mold existence into your image. Something subtle replaces striving, a quiet readiness. You begin to sense that the next step is not about doing, but about allowing. After a lifetime of reaching out, you start to notice the power of reaching in. This is where a new discipline begins, the forgotten art of receiving without demanding. To receive is one of the most profound forms of trust. It requires humility, openness, and the courage to stop forcing. Most people think of receiving as passive, but it's not. True receptivity is alive, alert, and deeply aware. It means being open enough to let life meet you halfway, to let grace arrive in its own time, in its own form. The mind that constantly demands blocks this flow. The heart that stays open welcomes it. The reason receptivity feels difficult is because it asks for surrender of control. Demanding is rooted in fear, the belief that unless you push, nothing will come. Openness, on the other hand, arises from trust, the knowing that what belongs to you will find its way, and what doesn't will pass without harm. This doesn't mean you stop acting or caring. It means you stop trying to pull the future toward you by force. The discipline of openness begins with stillness. To receive, the mind must quiet down long enough to notice what's already being offered. Most people are surrounded by gifts, but too distracted to see them. Opportunities for connection, lessons in patience, moments of beauty, insights waiting in silence. The noise of expectation drowns them out. When you become still, you realize that the universe was never withholding. You were just too busy demanding to notice what it was already giving. Demanding energy is exhausting because it runs on tension. It's the feeling of constantly reaching for validation, results, or answers. Receptivity feels entirely different. It's soft, grounded, and patient. You're not leaning forward into the future. You're standing firmly in the present. From this place, insight and opportunity arrive naturally because you've stopped pushing them away with your urgency. The mind's habit of demanding comes from conditioning. We are taught that everything must be earned: love, success, peace, even rest. So when life offers something freely, we question it. We look for the catch. True openness dissolves that skepticism. It allows you to meet life without negotiation. You start to realize that grace is not something to deserve, it's something to recognize. Receiving without demanding also means letting go of entitlement. Entitlement is the shadow of fear disguised as confidence, the belief that life owes you something. It creates bitterness when reality doesn't comply. But when you shift from entitlement to gratitude, everything changes. You stop measuring what you didn't get and start noticing what you already have. Gratitude prepares the ground for receiving. It's the language that life understands. This shift also changes how you handle success and opportunity. Many people chase achievement, but cannot truly receive it. Even when good things come, they feel undeserving, or they immediately look for the next goal. Receptivity means letting abundance land fully, feeling it, acknowledging it, allowing joy without guilt. When you can receive what you've worked for, you close the loop of effort. You complete the cycle of giving and receiving that keeps life in balance. Openness is not passivity. It's participation without interference. You stay engaged, but not controlling. Attentive, but not anxious. You act when inspired, then rest in trust. This rhythm, effort followed by openness, mirrors how life works. The heart beats, then pauses. The waves rise, then fall. Without the pause, there is no rhythm. Without openness, even success feels hollow. To receive deeply, you must also learn to let go of the need to know how and when things will happen. The mind demands timelines. Life moves in seasons. Each season brings its own gifts, but only to those who wait without grasping. This is why openness requires patience. Not the patience of waiting for what you want, but the patience of trusting that what comes is what's needed. Receptivity transforms how you relate to relationships, work, and even creativity. In relationships, demanding love creates pressure. Receiving love creates harmony. You stop measuring affection and start appreciating connection. In work, demanding recognition breeds frustration. Being open to learning breeds growth. In creativity, forcing inspiration leads to burnout. Relaxing into openness allows ideas to arise naturally. The greatest art, the greatest discoveries, the greatest wisdom all appear in moments of deep receptivity. The discipline of openness is also a practice of vulnerability. To receive, you must be willing to be touched by life, by emotion, by truth. You can't receive with a closed heart. When you stay open, even pain becomes teacher rather than enemy. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start listening for what it's trying to show you. Life doesn't always give comfort. Sometimes it gives awakening. Receptivity means being available for both. In spiritual practice, this openness becomes the foundation for insight. Meditation is not about achieving peace. It's about receiving it. The more you chase stillness, the further it slips. But when you sit quietly, without trying to control your experience, awareness unfolds by itself. You start noticing how wisdom comes not from effort, but from spaciousness. You stop trying to think your way into understanding and start allowing understanding to arise naturally. Receiving without demanding also refines how you give. True giving requires the same openness as true receiving. When you give without expectation, you are practicing the same trust that allows you to receive without demand. Both flow from the same understanding that life is an exchange, not a transaction. You can only give fully when you trust that giving does not diminish you. You can only receive fully when you trust that receiving does not bind you. Openness brings humility because it reminds you that you are not the source of everything you have. Every insight, every kindness, every opportunity is connected to countless causes and people. You become aware of interdependence, the quiet network of giving and receiving that sustains existence. This awareness dissolves pride. You stop claiming ownership and start feeling gratitude for the flow that moves through you. One of the deepest barriers to receiving is self-judgment. Many people unconsciously believe they are unworthy of good things. They block blessings by doubting themselves. Openness heals this. It teaches that worthiness is not something to earn, but something inherent in being alive. You don't need to prove you deserve love, peace, or happiness. You need only stop refusing them. When you open your heart, even slightly, life rushes in to fill it. Receptivity also demands stillness of comparison. When you compare, you close yourself to your own blessings. You become blind to the unique timing and rhythm of your journey. Demanding energy comes from comparison, the idea that you should already be where someone else is. Openness removes that pressure. You start respecting your own pace, trusting that life unfolds differently for everyone. This discipline extends to listening, not only to others, but to life itself. Listening deeply is an act of receiving. It means pausing long enough to hear what is actually being said, not what you expect to hear. It's the silence between words where understanding grows. Most people listen to reply. Openness listens to learn. The same principle applies to your relationship with life. When you stop shouting your plans at existence, you begin to hear what it's whispering back. Receiving without demanding also involves being open to uncertainty. When you demand outcomes, you resist the unknown. But openness welcomes mystery. It allows space for possibilities that the mind cannot conceive. Many of life's greatest gifts arrive unplanned. Friendships formed by chance, opportunities that appear out of stillness, insights born from waiting. The art of openness is trusting that the unknown is not empty. It's full of potential. Grace moves through openness. When you stop trying to earn it, it appears effortlessly. Grace is not something you can chase. It reveals itself when you make space for it. It's the quiet alignment between your heart and the flow of life. You start noticing coincidences that feel meaningful, doors opening at the right moment, help arriving when needed. These are not miracles in the dramatic sense. They are the natural outcome of being aligned with receptivity. To receive without demanding is also to release control over form. Sometimes what you need doesn't arrive in the shape you expect. The gift might come disguised as a challenge, the answer as silence, the opportunity as a delay. The open heart accepts all of it, trusting that life is wiser than preference. Demanding rejects the unfamiliar. Openness embraces it. This is how you begin to live with grace, by saying yes to what arrives, even when it surprises you. Openness is not about weakness. It's the strength to stay available when the ego wants to close. It's easy to open when things go your way. True discipline is staying open when they don't. This openness is not submission. It's resilience. It's the courage to keep your heart soft in a world that often rewards hardness. Over time, this practice changes the way you experience abundance. You stop thinking of abundance as something you create. You begin to see it as something you allow. When the mind stops demanding, the natural flow of life becomes visible. Opportunities, insights, and relationships come to you not because you chase them, but because you've stopped blocking their path. The universe doesn't need your force, it needs your availability. Receiving without demanding also deepens the relationship between gratitude and presence. Gratitude grounds you in the here and now. When you are grateful, you are fully receiving what's in front of you. Demanding lives in the future, gratitude lives in the present. The more grateful you become, the more open you are to what life gives next. Gratitude and receptivity feed each other. One expands the heart, the other fills it. This openness also redefines success. You stop measuring life by what you can take and start valuing what you can receive with awareness. Success becomes less about accumulation and more about alignment. You start asking not how much can I achieve, but how deeply can I stay open? Because the deepest success is not winning against life, but flowing with it. To live this way is to return to your natural state. The child you once were knew how to receive wonder, affection, discovery, without fear or demand. Growing up, you learned to replace openness with control, curiosity with expectation. The discipline of openness is simply the art of returning to that innocent trust, now with the wisdom of awareness. When you practice receiving without demanding, even your inner life changes. Insights begin to arise in silence, creativity blooms without pressure, and peace returns without reason. You realize that what you've been searching for through effort was always waiting behind the noise of striving. The more open you become, the more effortless life feels. Not because nothing challenges you, but because you no longer resist what comes. The forgotten discipline of openness is not something you master, it's something you remember. It's the natural movement of awareness when it stops struggling to control. It's the willingness to let life surprise you, teach you, and guide you without needing to dominate it. When you live this way, you begin to see that the universe was never silent. You had only been too busy demanding to hear it. And when you finally stop demanding, the whisper becomes clear. Life has been giving all along. When openness becomes your way of being, when you stop demanding and start allowing, something profound begins to unfold. Life starts to move through you with grace. You notice how things arrive in perfect rhythm and how every experience carries its own quiet lesson. But just as this peace deepens, another instinct arises, the subtle urge to hold on to it. The mind whispers, "Now that I've found peace, I must never lose it." And in that single thought, the old cycle begins again. The longing to keep what's pleasant and avoid what's painful, that is the root of samsara, the endless turning of the wheel. Samsara is not a place or a punishment. It's a state of mind. It's the constant spinning between craving and resistance, the attempt to escape one moment and secure another. Every human being experiences it daily. You chase pleasure, flee discomfort, and call this movement living. Yet the more you try to fix or escape life, the more entangled you become in it. The irony is that liberation doesn't come from escaping the cycle, but from seeing it clearly and no longer being ruled by it. The modern mind treats dissatisfaction as a problem to solve. If you feel restless, you change your job. If you feel lonely, you find distraction. If you feel empty, you fill the silence with noise. Each attempt to fix discomfort seems logical, yet every fix plants the seed of the next restlessness. The Buddha called this the wheel of becoming, desire leading to action, action to consequence, consequence to more desire. The harder you try to get out, the tighter the circle becomes. Samsara continues because we believe we can control experience. We think, if I can just manage my mind, my environment, my relationships, I'll be free. But control is the fuel of samsara, not the escape from it. The more you struggle to make life match your preferences, the more dependent you become on outcomes. Real freedom doesn't come from mastering life. It comes from no longer needing it to be different. This doesn't mean apathy or indifference. It means understanding that peace doesn't depend on conditions. When awareness sees through the illusion of control, the mind relaxes. You stop trying to fix what's not broken. You stop resisting imperfection. You begin to see that life doesn't need to be rearranged, only understood. Acceptance becomes your liberation, not because it changes the world, but because it changes how you see it. Samsara is fueled by ignorance, the forgetfulness of your true nature. You mistake temporary experiences for your identity. When things go well, you feel proud. When they collapse, you feel broken. You ride the highs and lows as if they define who you are. But beneath all those changing states, awareness remains constant. It's like the sky behind the clouds, untouched by storms, unaltered by sunlight. The moment you recognize yourself as the awareness instead of the experience, samsara loses its grip. Trying to escape suffering through control is like running from your own shadow. The harder you run, the faster it follows. The mind believes, if I meditate more, read more, purify more, maybe I'll reach enlightenment. But enlightenment isn't a goal to reach. It's the seeing that there's nowhere to go. Every attempt to grasp peace reinforces the belief that peace is somewhere else. Awakening happens when the search itself ends. The cycle of samsara thrives on resistance. You resist what is unpleasant, and you cling to what feels pleasant. Both movements bind you equally. Avoidance traps you in fear. Attachment traps you in longing. The middle way, awareness, allows both to come and go. It doesn't choose sides. It witnesses the pleasure and pain, knowing both are passing expressions of the same life energy. In that witnessing, duality dissolves. One of the most subtle forms of samsara is spiritual seeking itself. You start searching for freedom through effort, believing there's a final destination where pain can no longer touch you. But that idea itself becomes bondage. Every next level you chase, every practice you force, every ideal you cling to is another link in the chain. The path is not about climbing higher. It's about seeing that there was never a mountain to climb. This understanding requires humility. The humility to stop trying to improve reality. The human tendency is to treat life like a project, fix the flaws, manage the emotions, achieve perfection. But life was never meant to be perfected. It was meant to be experienced. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation. It means seeing clearly enough to act without illusion. You still care, still respond, but without the arrogance of thinking you can outsmart the flow of existence. Samsara also shows up in the way we interpret pain. We see suffering as a mistake, something that shouldn't happen. But suffering is not punishment. It's feedback. It shows where you are resisting life. When you cling to pleasure, pain appears as its teacher. When you cling to certainty, uncertainty becomes your mirror. Every form of discomfort is an invitation to let go, to soften control. The more you accept the lessons, the less suffering you create. The wheel of samsara keeps turning because the mind seeks permanence in what is impermanent. You want relationships to stay the same, success to stay stable, joy to last forever. But life is motion. To freeze it is to die while still breathing. The beauty of awareness is that it doesn't need to freeze anything. It can rest even in movement. When you learn to be still inside while everything changes outside, the wheel continues turning, but you no longer spin with it. Control gives the illusion of power, but it's rooted in fear. Fear that if you stop controlling, life will collapse. Yet when you truly release control, you see that life keeps going, breathing, growing, renewing itself. The universe doesn't need your constant interference. The seasons don't ask your permission to change. The body doesn't need your command to heal. Existence sustains itself. Seeing this brings relief. You realize the one who was trying to manage everything was never in charge. In the Buddhist sense, samsara is not destroyed by effort, but by understanding. Understanding that every attempt to escape life is another form of clinging. The ego tries to fix suffering by creating better versions of itself, the spiritual self, the successful self, the good self. But the moment you identify with any self, you create division between what you are and what you think you should be. That division is suffering. Awareness ends it by seeing both sides as illusions. You begin to see that the cycle of craving, achieving, and losing doesn't need to be conquered. It needs to be seen through. Awareness doesn't break the wheel by destroying it. It simply stops believing it's trapped inside it. The wheel turns, but the watcher remains still. That is the freedom the Buddha pointed to. Not escape from the world, but freedom within it. This realization changes how you act. You no longer seek peace as an outcome. You act from peace as your foundation. You don't meditate to fix your mind. You meditate to see it clearly. You don't love to possess. You love because that's your nature. Life becomes lighter because you are no longer dragging yourself through it. The need to escape disappears because you finally see there was nothing to escape from, only experiences to be understood. Control, at its root, is a misunderstanding of responsibility. People believe that to care means to manage outcomes, but true responsibility is responding to what arises with awareness, not manipulating what arises to fit your comfort. The wise act without attachment because they understand that control belongs to illusion. They don't withdraw from life. They participate fully, knowing that participation doesn't require ownership. In everyday life, samsara appears in small habits. The impulse to check your phone for reassurance, the urge to replay old arguments in your mind, the compulsion to plan every detail of tomorrow. Each of these moments reveals the same pattern: discomfort with what is. But when you catch these impulses in awareness, something shifts. You pause, you breathe, the wheel slows down. You begin to see how often you are running from stillness, mistaking motion for freedom. Samsara's power fades the moment you turn toward it instead of away. When you stop escaping fear, fear softens. When you face restlessness without distraction, rest arises naturally. The mind wants to fix discomfort, but awareness heals it simply by allowing it. Every emotion, every thought, every experience completes itself when met fully. This is the alchemy of acceptance, transformation through presence, not control. This is why the Buddha described nirvana as the blowing out of craving, not the destruction of desire, but the end of its compulsion. It's the quiet peace that comes when you stop feeding the fire of resistance. The flame of wanting extinguishes itself when there is nothing left to grasp. Then, for the first time, you can feel the stillness underneath everything, the timeless awareness that was never part of the cycle. You may still experience pleasure and pain, success and failure, gain and loss, but you no longer mistake them for your identity. You live in the world without being bound by it. This is true transcendence, not escape from life, but intimacy with it. You stop dividing experiences into good and bad. You see them all as expressions of the same truth. Everything arises, everything passes, everything belongs. When acceptance becomes complete, even the idea of liberation disappears. There is no longer someone trying to be free. Freedom reveals itself as the natural state once the illusion of control ends. You realize that samsara and nirvana are not two separate places. They are two ways of seeing the same reality. In ignorance, the world feels like a prison. In awareness, the same world becomes a playground of impermanence and possibility. The mind may still try to grasp this understanding intellectually, but the heart knows it wordlessly. You start to sense that the path was never about leaving anything behind, but about including everything: joy, sorrow, love, loss, birth, death, in the vast acceptance of awareness. You stop needing life to behave and start letting it reveal itself. This way of living doesn't make you detached from the world. It makes you more compassionate. Because when you stop fighting reality, you see how much suffering comes from resistance, your own and others. You begin to meet people where they are, not where you wish they would be. Compassion becomes effortless because judgment dissolves. You understand that everyone is spinning on the same wheel, trying to find peace in control, and you no longer condemn them for it. Acceptance doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing without delusion. When you act from acceptance, your actions are cleaner, wiser, and less burdened by ego. You stop reacting from fear and start responding from clarity. You still plant seeds, but you don't demand how they grow. This trust brings ease to everything. Even effort becomes peaceful. As the illusion of control fades, so does the fear of life. You no longer fear loss because you understand that nothing truly yours can be lost. You no longer fear uncertainty because you've seen that clarity arises naturally from openness. You no longer fear suffering because you recognize it as a teacher, not an enemy. Life becomes what it always was, an ever-changing field of experience, moving through awareness like clouds across the sky. The irony is that the more you stop trying to escape samsara, the more you realize you were never bound by it. The chains were made of thought. The door was never locked. The path to liberation is not a climb upward, but a release downward, a falling back into the simplicity of being. Acceptance is not a passive end. It's an active awakening. It's the recognition that everything you tried to control was already unfolding perfectly on its own. When this insight becomes lived experience, the cycle of trying ends. You still walk through the same world, but the weight is gone. You stop fighting against life and start moving with it. The wheel still turns, but you rest in its center, unmoving, aware, free. When you finally stop trying to escape the turning of life's wheel, when you see that acceptance, not resistance, is the way through, a new kind of calm begins to settle. You start to trust the natural rhythm of things. But even in this stillness, life continues to test you in subtle ways. Just when you think you've found peace, something fails to meet your hopes. Plans unravel, people disappoint, outcomes fall short. In that moment, a familiar ache returns, the sting of disappointment. Yet hidden inside that sting is a profound doorway. What you call disappointment is often life's most honest teacher, revealing exactly where attachment still hides. Disappointment is not a punishment. It's a revelation. It shows the gap between reality and expectation, between how life moves and how the mind insists it should move. Whenever expectations collapse, truth enters. The Buddha taught that suffering begins not with events themselves, but with clinging to how we think they should unfold. Disappointment is the gentle breaking of that illusion. It hurts because a part of the self, the one that believed it could control outcomes, is dissolving. When disappointment appears, the ego rushes to judge it. It calls it failure, misfortune, betrayal. But from awareness, you begin to see something else, a quiet invitation to awaken. Disappointment exposes the hidden contracts you make with life. If I do this, I should get that. If I love purely, I should be loved the same. If I follow the rules, things should go my way. These unspoken agreements are the architecture of attachment. Disappointment tears them down, not to harm you, but to free you from the illusion that life owes you something. Every unmet expectation carries wisdom. It points directly to a place in the heart where control still lives. You can notice it each time something doesn't go as planned. The tension that rises, the mind's urge to rewrite what just happened. That tension is not proof that something went wrong. It's the body's reaction to losing certainty. When you meet it with awareness, you begin to see that disappointment is not the enemy of peace, but the messenger of truth. The first instinct when facing disappointment is to run, to distract, to blame, or to numb. But those reactions only postpone the lesson. Awareness asks something harder and braver: to stay, to feel the hollow space that opens when what you wanted disappears, to sit inside that space without rushing to fill it. That silence is where transformation begins. It's in that pause, raw, unfiltered, unplanned, that life reveals how peace has nothing to do with getting what you want. If you look deeply, disappointment always contains love in disguise. It arrives to dismantle the walls between you and the real. It strips away false hope, false identity, false control, all the illusions that prevent true intimacy with life. When those illusions crumble, what remains is clarity. You start to see that everything you lost was never truly yours, and everything that remains was all you ever needed. Disappointment becomes sacred when you stop measuring it through the lens of fairness. Life is not a transaction, and the universe doesn't owe rewards for effort. The law of cause and effect exists, yes, but it doesn't guarantee that results will match your preferences. When you act with sincerity, your peace must come from the act itself, not from its outcome. Disappointment reveals whether your intention was pure or conditional. It asks, were you serving truth or seeking validation? When your peace depends on outcome, you live in constant anxiety. The mind obsesses over what if and if only, trying to secure a future that can never be fixed. But when you learn to rest in awareness, disappointment loses its teeth. You no longer collapse when things fail because your sense of worth no longer depends on success. You begin to see disappointment not as failure, but as feedback, a mirror showing where expectation distorted reality. Every disappointment also softens pride. The ego thrives on achievement and recognition. It says, I know what's best. I can make this happen. I deserve this reward. When life says, not this time, that pride trembles, and in that trembling, humility enters. You discover a kind of wisdom that success could never teach. The understanding that control is limited, that effort is sacred regardless of result, that letting go brings more peace than winning ever could. In this way, disappointment is a teacher of humility. It reminds you that you are part of a greater rhythm you don't fully understand. It humbles the belief that you alone direct your path. You still act, you still care, but now you act without the arrogance of certainty. You begin to see that your plans are only one thread in a tapestry far larger than your own design. Disappointment also reveals the nature of impermanence. Everything you achieve, own, or love is subject to change. When you resist this truth, every loss feels catastrophic. But when you accept it, even loss feels natural. You stop demanding permanence from what was never built to last. You start to love with more freedom because you no longer cling to guarantees. In that freedom, relationships, work, and creativity flourish, not because you control them, but because you no longer suffocate them with expectation. Sometimes, disappointment doesn't come from failure, but from success itself. You get what you wanted, but it doesn't bring the satisfaction you imagined. This reveals another illusion, that fulfillment lies in outcomes. The moment you achieve what you desired, the mind immediately creates the next desire. Disappointment then becomes a doorway to wisdom. It shows that peace cannot be found in the external world, no matter how perfect your achievements. Peace is born when you stop seeking completion outside yourself. Disappointment, when faced consciously, teaches patience. It slows the mind's rush to conclusions. Instead of saying, "This is bad," you learn to say, "Let's see." Often, what first appears as loss, later reveals itself as grace, a redirection, a cleansing, a protection. Life unfolds with intelligence beyond your comprehension. The disappointments you curse today may become the foundations of tomorrow's wisdom. Awareness lets you wait long enough to see the full picture. This patience transforms your relationship with time. The controlling mind lives in constant urgency, always chasing what's next or lamenting what's gone. Disappointment interrupts this rush. It invites you to pause and rediscover the present. It teaches that peace exists not when everything aligns, but when you stop resisting where you are. Even the gap between desire and fulfillment becomes sacred, because it's in that gap that awareness deepens. Disappointment also exposes how much you identify with results. When a plan fails, the ego says, I failed. But failure is not identity. It's an event. The more you untangle who you are from what happens, the freer you become. You can make mistakes, lose opportunities, and still remain whole. The peace that arises from this realization is unshakable because it's rooted in being, not in doing. In relationships, disappointment reveals attachment disguised as love. You might think you love someone, but often you love the version of them that fits your expectation. When they act differently, disappointment appears, not because love ended, but because control was lost. Awareness turns this pain into compassion. You begin to see others as they are, not as extensions of your needs. Love becomes less possessive and more expansive. Disappointment can also purify intention. When something you deeply wanted doesn't happen, it forces you to ask, what was I truly seeking? Was it recognition, security, validation? Often, disappointment shows that the goal was never the real desire. It was the feeling beneath it. You weren't craving the object. You were craving peace, joy, belonging. Seeing this helps you redirect desire toward what truly satisfies, not external rewards, but inner freedom. Another gift hidden in disappointment is self-compassion. When things fall apart, the mind can become harsh, turning every failure into evidence of unworthiness. But awareness reveals that disappointment is universal. Everyone experiences loss, rejection, and unmet hopes. Seeing this shared vulnerability softens your heart. You start treating yourself not as a failure, but as a learner, someone walking the same uncertain road as every other human being. Disappointment also refines discernment. You start to see where you were chasing illusions, goals that never truly aligned with your values. Many disappointments are not signs of failure, but of misdirection. Life closes certain doors not to punish, but to guide you toward what resonates with truth. When you stop resisting those closures, you discover new paths that feel lighter, truer, more aligned with your purpose. This insight reveals one of life's paradoxes. Peace often grows in the soil of broken expectations. When certainty collapses, awareness has space to expand. You become more present, more real, more humble. You stop expecting perfection and start embracing process. Even pain becomes a kind of purification, burning away everything false. What remains is sincerity, a heart that no longer needs to control outcomes to feel safe. In this way, disappointment is not the opposite of peace, but the path to it. It's the teacher that shows you where your happiness depended on conditions. When those conditions fall away, what's left is unconditional peace, the quiet recognition that your worth, your being, your aliveness were never tied to external success. You can lose everything and still remain whole. Disappointment also deepens empathy. When you've faced loss, you understand others' pain. You stop offering easy answers and start offering presence. You realize that true comfort is not fixing someone's suffering, but being with them in it. Your own disappointments become bridges of connection, reminders that no one walks through life without heartbreak. As you grow in awareness, you start meeting disappointment differently. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this showing me?" the focus shifts from resistance to reflection. You see that every unmet expectation is a mirror, revealing where you still cling to control. Each time you meet that reflection with understanding, another layer of illusion falls away. Eventually, disappointment stops feeling like a disruption. It becomes part of the rhythm of life, the exhale after the inhale, the rest between notes. You no longer resist its arrival because you see its purpose. It's there to realign you, to strip away what's false, to guide you back to presence. And in that presence, you find the peace that disappointment was always pointing toward. Peace hidden in disappointment is not peace of avoidance, it's peace of depth. It's the calm that remains after you've faced loss and realized you are still here. It's the quiet strength that arises when you stop asking life to meet your terms and start meeting life as it is. When you live this way, even heartbreak becomes holy, because every time expectation falls away, what's left is truth, unguarded, raw, and real. Disappointment, then, is not an interruption of peace, but the gateway to it. It's the teacher that humbles, the purifier that clears illusion, the friend that points you home to the one thing that never disappoints: awareness itself. When you rest in that awareness, every loss becomes a lesson in love, and every ending becomes the beginning of freedom. Everything we've explored, from the paradox of non-striving to the silent generosity of the universe, points to one simple truth. Peace was never something to chase. It was waiting behind your need to control. The moment you release your grip, life begins to move in harmony again. You start to see that every wave of change, every moment of stillness, every disappointment, and every joy are all parts of the same current guiding you home. Control was never safety. It was resistance. When you let go, the current carries you where effort never could. You stop fighting the flow and begin to trust its intelligence. That trust opens everything. Clarity replaces confusion. Gratitude replaces fear. Love replaces craving. The less you try to hold the world, the more it gives itself to you. That is the essence of Buddhism for peace. Not escape from life, but deep participation in it. True freedom isn't found in controlling outcomes. It's found in meeting each moment as it is, with awareness, softness, and an open heart. If this journey resonated with you, take a breath, look within, and share your reflection below. What lesson spoke to you most? Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today. And if you'd like to keep walking this path of calm, clarity, and awakening, don't forget to subscribe. Join this community of seekers and learners, and let's keep discovering, together, how letting go reveals everything you've been searching for all along.